AB 361. The Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually. And you can participate via the Zoom call and phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. And so, Nikki, can we please have roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Madrone?
Here.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Bohn.
Appreciate the upgrade, yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
I'm here. All right. So then I think we can move on to the flag salute. So are you able to pull up the flag for us?
I have.
Oh, we've got multiple, so
Okay, good.
we're good to go. Choose which flag you want. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Those are nice flags today. All right, so welcome to our February 15th meeting. For those of you who might not have been on our meetings before, just a couple of housekeeping pieces. When there's an item you want to speak about, press *9 to raise your hand. Turn the volume off on your video feed because there will be a time delay, and just listen to what's happening on the telephone once you have pressed *9. When it's your turn to speak, press *6 to unmute, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak. When you have 30 seconds left, you'll hear this sound, which says you have 30 seconds to wrap it up. And at the end of that time, you'll be thanked for your comment, and you will be muted. Just making sure everyone has the same opportunity to speak. So at this time, I'd like to ask our CAO Hayes if there are any modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to the agenda today.
Move approval of consent.
Wow, beat me to it. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. You're in the public and you want to comment, press *9 to raise your hand. And okay, we do have a few hands up. So first we're going to go to 1041 and just press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes on the consent calendar. Okay, 1041, there you go, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Donnie Creekmore with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition. I'm calling in regard to item D12 on the consent calendar, funding for more useless positions related to a non-emergency we are referring to as COVID. The public policy that you guys have all put forward up to date has been a complete failure. The graphs on your own HumboldtGov.org website show this to be the fact, and nothing's clearer than a co-equal case count between vaccinated and unvaccinated people in this last Omicron surge. Omicron was more virulent. What it did is it showed us that masks don't work. It showed us that the vaccines absolutely don't work. And therefore, your guys' public policy, which you're hanging your hats on, doesn't work. And I understand that Rex Bohn and all of you guys are really proud of, vaccine passports for people to be able to unmask indoors and forcing, children and young people, despite there being the lowest risk age groups, having a near 0% mortality rate and a near 0% hospitalization rate, forcing those age groups to wear masks indoors in schools, being one of 16 states that does it, and the majority of the other states not doing it. And I get that you guys are proud of that, but maybe you should look at the other side of things. The mainstream of America, the other 33 states, they've gone the other way. And I know the Lost Coast Outpost is listening right now, looking forward to smearing us in an article about these anti-vaxxers. No, I've had every single vaccine except for this one. I've had COVID 3 times. I don't need it. I've recovered each time, no problem. Why should I need it? I have natural immunity now. Every time I've gotten it, it's gotten easier. I'm not afraid of it. Like, you tell me. My kids have had it. Why should they have to have masks on? You tell me, Lost Coast Outpost. Why is it that the Board of Supervisors is so afraid of this one particular news organization? I invite all you guys out to the Humboldt Honkening Freedom Caravan that's happening February 20th at the county courthouse from noon till 4, we are going to be protesting your guys' vaccine passport mask mandates for kids. And so hopefully that gets the message across. I don't know why you guys are making these terrible decisions and keep on going with these horrible policy decisions, but I guess it's your prerogative and your perspective and experience. And if you're too egotistical to look at evidence counter to your preconceived notions, then I guess that is what it is, and you'll suffer the consequences at the voting box. Here comes the midterms, and yeah, good luck to you all. Have a good day.
Thank you, Donnie. We'll go to 4166. If that's you, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, welcome. On the consent calendar.
Thank you so much. I would like to speak on item D1, Kelly Hampton's retirement resolution. Oh, and I'm already losing it. I'm Laurel Johnson. I've been with DHHS 21 years, and I spent my first 16 years with the social services branch. Kelly Hampton became my supervisor in 2003, and it was honestly life-changing to have such an effective, strong supervisor. When Kelly was my direct supervisor, she blew my mind with how organized and knowledgeable and supportive she was. Kelly always brought out employee strengths. She never tried to put people in a one-size-fits-all mold. Employees transferred to her became stronger, happier employees. Kelly has always supported professional development and growth opportunities. People would often promote out of her unit. She lost a lot of good workers, but she didn't mind. She was happy for them, and it gave her allies all over the agency. Kelly was always generous about sharing good information and helping coworkers. In part because of the support she gave me, I promoted out of her unit, but she's remained a mentor and role model. Kelly also runs a fun unit with lots of laughter. The first potluck I experienced, Kelly brought multiple items and wrote out the nutrition info by each item because she knew the folks in her unit had special diets. She did it in her perfect handwriting on little index cards propped by each item. And her food was fantastic. It was kind of boggling, except that was how she operated every day, all day. I've already shared some of the reasons why Kelly Hampton is a big reason I'm still at DHHS. Whether they know it or not, Kelly is a big reason other people have stayed at social services. Many, many years ago, Kelly was one of the primary drivers of culture change at social services. I originally met her when someone sent me to her for help with the computer system, and she didn't treat me as if I was interrupting her. She treated me like helping me was her job. It made me want to work for her right then and there. She carried the spirit with her as she promoted and her sphere of influence increased. She cares about staff and the people we serve, and it shows. We embraced being eligibility workers, focusing on the customer and making a difference instead of being bureaucrats. I will miss her at work very much. She has so many things she's great at. I know her next years will be full. She's an excellent cook. She made the best cake I've ever had, a hummingbird cake I can remember clearly 15 years after the fact. She makes a pasta sauce that has to be tasted to be believed. She's a ridiculously good craftsperson. She's a fantastic poker player. She's a great dancer. She's so many things other than an excellent deputy director. I'm sure she'll thrive in retirement and her quilt shop will succeed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on how much Kelly will be missed by social services and be missed by me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so our next speaker is 0116. I believe that might be Ash. Press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes on the consent calendar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ashley Teeter with the Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I'm speaking on item D12 in the consent calendar. The thing that I see is that the board might be split by duties to the welfare of the corporation that is Humboldt County and the welfare of the people that comprise Humboldt County. That's why it's not surprising that roughly $300,000 is being spent on this item to continue funding for staff positions for COVID-related purposes into the future. The corporate Humboldt County is compelled to accept money and instruction from the corporate California, which is compelled to accept money and direction from the corporate U.S., which is compelled to accept money and direction from the corporate media, pharma, food, and other global banking cartel entities. This top-down corporate-funded obedience is why we see 1.5 million people and around 100,000 big rig trucks hanging out in negative 22-degree weather protesting in the streets of Ottawa, as well as millions protesting the same thing is being funded in item D12 in nearly every country on the planet. I would like to invite all of you down to join the people of Humboldt County for a picnic on the courthouse lawn this Sunday at noon to reconnect, reflect on whose interests you were elected to serve. The head of Madrone recently sold all of his stock off and deleted his Twitter account. COVID is ending, and those at the top are jumping ship. If any of you want to be the ones left claiming responsibility for what's unfolding, I once again urge that all of you watch Ron Johnson's Second Opinion on COVID. I emailed you. It's easily found on Rumble last week. It's got tons of highly qualified medical professionals testifying, and they are not financially compromised like Fauci and CDC, FDA are. So this Sunday at noon, the Humboldt County Courthouse, come join the Humboldt Honkening peaceful picnic protest. We just witnessed the Super Bowl stadium fully packed with unmasked people. Tomorrow, most spaces will be open locally to adults to be unmasked. We need to let the children breathe. The Department of Health and Human Services needs a change in leadership. Unmask the kids. Thank you.
Ash, we can add some more. You still have 35 seconds.
Yeah, I could talk a little bit more. And things are changing rapidly, and I don't know quite how else to put it than what I said before. But I mean, I know everyone's compelled to just take that money. You know, it's available, so we might as well take it. But you know, what are the strings attached? I mean, what are we having to do here? And I think I don't know if you've looked at the Open VAERS, which is based on the same data as the VAERS website, but there's like 3,500
Right, thank you.
miscarriages reported.
Right. Sorry, Ash, that 30 seconds kind of went a little fast there, but I did want to give you that opportunity since I knew your recording had finished earlier. Okay, so we're going to go to 0151. And that's mute, star 6 to unmute. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Dottie Russell.
Good morning, Dottie.
Good morning. So I'm a little bit confused on the agenda. So I'm not seeing when public comment is. I'm not seeing
Okay. Okay. I'm going to stop you right there for a moment. Public comment today is listed to be at the end at the last of the items, which should be, I would think, by noon. So I'd stick in with this morning's session. There'll be further conversation. Well, anyway, yeah. So right now we're on the consent calendar on items, if you want to speak there. So did you have an item specifically on the consent calendar?
I just checking, the cost of recovering is not on the consent calendar. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's coming up. It's its own item.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll talk to you then.
Okay. Great. So 5288, and that's Kent. Welcome. Press star 6 to unmute.
Virginia, can you hear me this morning?
Yes, and you're speaking on the consent calendar.
Yes, I am. I realize that. You have an unusual long time lag between your TV audio, video, and your phone thing, so you may wish to allow a little extra today beyond normal. I wish to speak on consent item consent D. I wish the people to know that the number 2 is the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee is being dissolved. There were some reasons in there, but I guess we're just kind of saying that that's being replaced. The supervisor dealing with it on some other basis. Don't quite understand unless cannabis is dead. I will go through item number 7, which I always do, which your supervisor's monthly expenses are in there. I did not see any anomalies. Sometimes I do, and I bring those forward. It's just by coincidence, and I'll be quite honest with you, I don't communicate with any of the other people that have spoke before me at this. Oh, I did wish to mention that DHHS person sounds perfect. Maybe you could have her cloned before you leave and have her run your whole department for you. Those kind of things are fantastic. Shout out to the person who shouted out for her. I did also look by coincidence at D12, the DHHS thing, And so the people know, I think maybe I'm not understanding. One person said 300,000, but my understanding is that on the next page on there, it said something about $650,000. And this is, I think, a 2-year, it's 20, 21, 22, 2022, 23. And I think it's, well, let's see. Yeah, I think it's $615,666. These are top quality, top payroll as far as I can tell. And whether or not the thing is right, I may make a comment on that. But there seems to be a tendency, we get these large grants to fund top high people. They only last for 2 years. And then who pays for it after that? Well, it seems like the county just doesn't seem to go away. So you might as well, I guess, figure on budgeting these, or these people have to find other jobs within the county. I don't know the criteria if they're being told they're only going to work for 2 years and then they're terminated. That's been a concern amongst the public for a long time. There's 2 administrative analysts, 1, 2, and this is COVID related, I guess, for grants. Purchasing and invoices, tracking and stuff. And I understand this is money we hope to get back. The last one is 1 full-time equivalent health education specialist to plan, coordinate, and deliver COVID-19 media and messaging campaigns, conduct research, and collaborate with community partners to promote vaccination. And I'm vaccinated. I have all 3. I may not get any more. It's hard to say. And of course, if I was kind of ornery, I'd say, well, is that last position paid for by Madrone, Pfizer, and the other people who do the vaccines? Or it just seems a little bit the way it's there. You know, it sounds like we're trying to promote. And again, I'm vaccinated, but I always question this. But my biggest concern is what happens. And you may wish to ask your staff or get clarification in the future.
This goes awfully fast.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I will speak before we ask the next person to talk. Sounds like there may be a little bit longer time delay. So if you have your hand up, be sure to turn the volume off on your video so that you will hear only on the phone. And then hopefully we'll see if that starts working a little more clearly as we move forward today. So 7945, just press *6 to unmute. Hopefully we get you connected sooner. Again, 7945, looks like you're unmuted. Welcome. You have 3 minutes on the consent calendar.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Monique Upshaw-Smith, and I'm calling regarding item D1. I do have a poem that I would like to read first by Nikita Gill.
Okay. Are you there, speaker? We can't hear you. Okay. I stopped the time as we're trying to find this person. Right, are you still there, 7945? You are unmuted. Nikki, do you see anything unusual on your end? All right, one more time, 7945, you are unmuted. Looks like we should be able to hear you, but we're not hearing anything. Won't it be nice when we get back in the chambers together? So hopefully this will happen less, you guys.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, wait, there you are. Okay. Now, can you say who you are again, and then we'll let you continue on your poem.
Yes. I'm Monique Upshaw-Smith, and I am calling regarding item D1. And I'm starting with a poem by Nikita Gill, an ode to fearless women.
Okay, we have
defined by no man, you are your own story, blazing through the world, turning history into her story. And when they dare tell you about all the things you cannot be, you smile and tell them, I am both war and woman, and you cannot stop me. Kelly Hampton has been such an amazing woman in my life over these last 15 years. Kelly is a mentor. Kelly is a coach. Kelly is a teacher. Kelly is a friend. Kelly is a boss. She has been integral in moving social services branch into the future. She is the GOAT of the social services branch, greatest of all time. Kelly Hampton is going to be missed sincerely here in social services. It's been my pleasure working with her over these last 15 years. And I just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak on her because she is such an awesome woman, a great asset to our community and our county as a whole. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Monique. All right, I don't see any other hands up in the public, so we'll go back to the board. And I did want to read Kelly Hampton's resolution into the record. I think we probably have Connie Beck with us today as well. And Connie, do you know if Kelly is on the Zoom as well?
I think she's listening, but I don't know that she's here. Let me check.
Okay, because if she is, I'd like her to be able to, Nikki, if that's possible, to have her, at least we can find her. So we may want to say a few things to her. But while Connie's doing that, I'll go ahead and I'll read the resolution. You know, I think the two speakers that talked about Kelly, you can tell how much Kelly has positively affected people's lives, especially even those she works with. So, and I have to agree with Kent. It'd be lovely in the perspective of if we could clone the people that we'd really like to keep around that for some reason still think they want to retire and leave us. So today we are celebrating with some sadness one of our employees that is leaving us after a long period of time. So whereas Humboldt County Department of Health and Services, Social Services Deputy Branch Director Kelly Hampton is retiring after more than 27 years with the department. And whereas Kelly was hired as an eligibility worker 1 in 1994, promoting to an eligibility worker 2 less than a year later, and again just over 2 years after that. And whereas she continued to promote over the next 15 years, going from integrated caseworker 2 to eligibility supervisor to supervising integrated caseworker, program manager 2, and finally landing a deputy branch director, the position she's held since 2017. And whereas DHHS administration says that Kelly has been an exemplary employee and natural leader within the department, and whereas the staff say Kelly has been an all-around great boss, manager, support, cheerleader, counselor, and coach who has been innovative in moving the social services branch forward and impacted countless employees, helping them reach personal and professional goals. And whereas one of her longtime employees said, Kelly is the best boss I've ever had and has been an integral part of every change that's taken place in social services over the last 10 plus years. And whereas during her 27 plus year tenure, Kelly made a significant difference in DHHS, and she will be truly missed. Now therefore be it resolved that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes, honors, and expresses their gratitude to Kelly Hampton for her years of dedication to the county and community and wishes her happiness as she embarks on her next adventure. So with that, Connie, I'd like to turn this over to you to see if you'd like to share your thoughts, losing such a fantastic employee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Bass. Kelly is on, her last 4 digits is 8196. I think she has her hand raised. But I would just like to take the opportunity to say, Kelly's been such a big part of our team. DHHS administration, myself in particular, is going to be very sad to see her go. I'm not going to repeat all of the things that Monique and Laurel said because all of it is so true. And she's been a really great leader for our benefit programs, and I think you're all aware, but you know, if you look at Maslow's theory, food, water, and shelter is that most important piece that folks get, and she's been a leader and really changed the culture in social services way of thinking around getting clients benefits. So dear friend, wonderful person, great employee. And someone said about cloning, that would be really, really great too. I do want to thank Laurel and Monique for speaking today because they're right on. She's been really wonderful. And I just wish her I wish her well and for future. It's gonna be great for her. And she's here somewhere. I don't see the number, but.
So Kelly, if you're there, press *6. Press *9 so we know where you are, Kelly, and then we'll go to Kelly in just a moment, assuming she'll raise her hand. Michelle, I saw that you popped on. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I got to know Kelly several years ago when we were deputy directors together, me and Child Welfare and her in Social Services, when we were located at Coster Street. And so we connected and have become friends. And I just really am excited for her and sad for us. Obviously, every time someone retires, I'm thrilled for them. And I think about one day that will be me. But I am really excited for her. She really is all those things that Monique and Laurel said and more. Great sense of humor, great boss, just a great person, kind person, good listener, all of those things, and a good manager. She's an excellent manager too. And so I'm excited for her. And yeah, it'll be a big hole in our administrative team that she'll be leaving. So 27 years is a long time. So congrats, Kelly.
Definitely. Great, thank you. And I'm still not seeing Kelly's number show up on there. So, Nikki, you seeing anything? We'll give her a few more minutes. There might be some other supervisors who have comments on this item or any of the others from the consent calendar. Or not. Supervisor Wilson?
Sorry, having trouble finding that mute button. I just want to speak just really briefly on the retirement of Kelly Hampton. And I just, I know I kind of repeat myself on this particular thing, but when we see someone that's dedicated so much of their life to this quest to really keep the wheels on the bus in terms of how we function as a civil society and this this fabric that keeps us all together, it gets worn and torn on the edges, and we have a team of people working all the time trying to mend that together. And in this case, we have someone who's mending the menders, who's really who's helping those folks who are on the front lines to do that really hard work. And what I mean, and by hard, I mean it's hard at all levels. And I want to say, at a really emotional level and at a real core level, it's really difficult work for folks to on a daily basis work with people who are having some really difficult times in their lives and moving things forward, and people, it's hard not to take that on. And it's really wonderful to have someone who supports those folks in a way that makes them feel like they're that they're doing the work that needs to be done, and that it has value and that they have value. And I really appreciate that. And also from a managerial perspective, it was great to hear someone talk about the idea of supporting people so they can actually move past you in their careers and move up, as opposed to trying to just keep people around necessarily, right? It's just really, that is so valuable. That is extremely, extremely valuable. And I'm just, I think as an institution, we try to embody that as best we can. And I think I'm glad that I'm hearing that, it's within individuals in the organization. And so just a big shout out and a big thank you to public service. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And good timing. It looks like Kelly has her hand up now. So Kelly, press just *6 to unmute so that we can hear from you. Maybe you want to tell us you don't want to leave after all. And then Supervisor Bohn has a comment after you go, Kelly.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Good morning, Board and Madam Chair. Thank you for this proclamation presented today. I really appreciate the acknowledgement. I want to thank the county and the Department of Health and Human Services, especially Connie Beck, for entrusting me to lead the Social Services branch all these years. This has been the most rewarding job I have ever had. I started in 1994 as an eligibility worker and knew immediately that I would be a county.
Oh, Kelly, we lost you. Looks like we're having some technical issues today. All right, Kelly, are you still there? Okay, well, we're gonna go to Supervisor Bohn while we're waiting for Kelly to hopefully raise her hand again or be reconnected. Supervisor Bohn.
I want to thank Kelly coming, local gal, pretty much local gal with St. Bernard's and things like that. But I likes basketball, likes having fun. I think, yeah, you're in a couple of those pictures too, I think, Michelle. I just want to thank her. I'm not going to be as deep as Mike. I always appreciate his talks and things like that. I just wanted to thank her for taking a job at the county, looking at the requirements and then throwing them in the trash and exceeding everybody's expectations on the requirements. All we can ask is for an employee to go above and beyond and not look to the sides to see what everybody else is doing. And Kelly has done her job, what is asked, and in turn supplied all those things that Mike said so eloquently that I can't. So I really appreciate it. I look forward to it, and I'm not taking up quilting, sorry. Hey, have some fun, Kelly, and appreciate everything you've done.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Nikki, do we see Kelly on there anywhere? I'm looking for her number, 8196. Wait, Kelly, I see you're there again. Can you press *9 to raise your hand again? And we're going to try one more time. Right, press *6. There you go. Hopefully please continue, Kelly, and hopefully we don't drop you this time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It just kicked me off. So I don't know what part you heard.
You may as well start from the beginning. You didn't get very long before you disappeared.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Board and Madam Chair. Thank you for the proclamation presented today. I really appreciate the acknowledgement. I want to thank the county and the Department of Health and Human Services, especially Connie Beck, for entrusting me to lead the social services branch all these years. This has been the most rewarding job I've ever had. I started in 1994 as an eligibility worker and knew immediately that I would be a county employee for many, many years. At that time, I didn't know what my path would be or where it would take me, but I knew I found my place and my work family. Never have I had a job that's challenged me more or presented situations in which would fill my heart and fill my soul. Listening to customers thank me for allowing them to have food on their table or find them a place to live or give them a little bit of funds so that they could buy clothing for their children is so rewarding. And I have mixed feelings for it. Why do we have to have a society where we have to do that? But then I was so thankful that I was in a job where I could help someone meet their basic needs. We have so many workers here at Social Services that do that day in and day out without accolades. And I want to thank them for the job that they do every day. They are the heroes of our county by being able to get our community what they need, their basic needs, so that they can live a healthy life. We really do embrace the mission of the HHS, people helping people live better lives. So while today the proclamation is about me and my work, I wouldn't be here without the staff that I work with every day, helping lift me up so that we can do this work together and we can make an impact on our community. So thank you very much. This proclamation is for me, but really it's for everybody at Social Services because they are the true heroes. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kelly. Thanks Thanks for being able to get back on, and sorry to see you go, but you obviously made a lasting impact on a lot of people's lives. Are there any other comments on the consent calendar? Supervisor Bohn, your hand is still up, but I'm thinking it didn't go down. Okay. All right, so we do have a motion in a second. So I think we're ready for the roll call vote. Nikki?
We can't hear you, Nikki.
Yeah.
Try your headphones.
Are these? Is that, or I could do the roll call vote? Does that count? All right, Nikki, can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Can you hear me now? Brought to you by Verizon.
We can't hear you without your headset on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's the piece right there.
You can hear me through this. I can't hear you through this. I hear you through my external speakers. Let's try this again. Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Like we needed to send a technical person in to help Nikki there. I don't know what's going on.
Clearly.
Right, so we will move on to our time set. It's a few minutes late, but pretty close. This item comes to us from the sheriff, and it's an update of the Drought Task Force. And I see Brian's there and Director Ford. I will hand it over to Brian. Are you going to take the lead on this? Okay. Brian.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm here today with our Drought Task Force. Today we have representation from the National Weather Service, Kathleen Zontos, who's going to provide a update on current conditions regarding precipitation and river levels, as well as an outlook for precipitation moving into the coming months. We have Jana Valakovic with the UC Cooperative Extension, John Ford, Planning and Building, Mario Carlson with Environmental Health, and Hank Seaman with Public Works. So to get started today, I'm going to pass it off to Kathleen to give us an update. And Kathleen, do you have the ability to share slides, or would you like me to pull those up for you?
Do you think you could do it for me?
Yep, give me one moment here.
Thank you, that'd be fantastic.
It'd be pretty bad if he offered and then he said he couldn't. So. Looks like
Right, so just let me know when you're ready to move forward, and I'll try and roll through for you.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you for the introduction, Ryan, and hello, everyone. And so I'll just dive right into the slides here, just looking at our current situation with drought and precipitation, and then also our outlook in the coming months. But on this first image here, we have on the left side is the current drought status for Northern California. And you can see in Humboldt County, we're ranging, we're kind of on the spectrum of different drought conditions. So in the far northern area, it's classified as abnormally dry. Then you move south, you see moderate drought, which is D1, and then severe drought in the far northeast and southeastern portions of the county. And this is from the US Drought Monitor. And so that's our current drought status. On the right side, we have our percent of average precipitation. And so this is just looking at our average, or the percent of average rainfall for the water year. And then just as a reminder, the water year runs from October 1st through the end of September. We like to look at the water year because it captures our wet season as opposed to the calendar year. In January, that's right in the middle of our wet season. So far this water year, since October 1st, our status has actually changed just in the past week or so because of our dry conditions. And so there's portions of Humboldt County, the northern and southern portion are 70 to 90% of normal. And then there's this pretty large swath across the central portion of Humboldt that's 50 to 70% of rainfall. And so we started off pretty well, but the longer we go without rain, the worse off we get. And then Ryan, we can go to the next slide. And so I added this graphic just to kind of further demonstrate our current status and compare it to other years as well. And so this is a graph that shows accumulated precipitation for Eureka. And we have various years graphed on here. And so you can see on the bottom, it runs from October through April. So it's capturing our wet season. This brown line is normal, or what average rainfall would be through this time frame. And the green line shows our current year, which is 2022. The pink line shows last year, and the red line shows what the lowest is on record for Eureka. And so if I draw your attention kind of to the October-November timeframe, you can see where the green line rises above the brown normal line. And that was because we had above normal rainfall. We had a good start to our wet season. And then as we move into December, we were a little bit below normal, but we still had a lot of wet weather systems that brought rain and snow to the county. And then as we move into January, you can see the green line flatline. And that's because we haven't seen any storms. We haven't seen any weather makers that has brought us the rainfall that we needed. And so this vertical blue line is kind of our current status. It's kind of where we're at right now. And the message before right now has been, at least we're better off than we were this point last year. But currently, we're meeting with you see the green line meets the pink line. That's where we see the rainfall from last year start to surpass where we're at. So we're hoping for more rainfall. If we go to the next slide, Ryan, this is the same graphic, but for Garberville. And so kind of like from the first slide, it was showing that the central part of the county was starting to be worse off precipitation-wise. You can see for Garberville, from October through January, the green line is above the normal line. So Garberville had received above normal rainfall for that period. And the question is, what is it going to take in the coming months for us to get back to normal, or at least get back on track? Because we have a few months left of our wet season to get rainfall. So if we go to the next slide, Ryan. So our office in Eureka, the National Weather Service office, focuses on the 7-day weather forecast. And we can even look out 2 weeks and have a good idea of what's happening. But beyond that, we look at the Climate Prediction Center, and they focus on the outlook for a month or even the next few months. And so for February, the rest of the month, they're highlighting below normal chances for rainfall across pretty much most of the state. It doesn't mean we won't get any rainfall, but it's just highlighting below normal for the region. And then if we look at the seasonal outlook, which goes through March and April, you can see California is in this white category and it's equal chances. And so that means it's kind of a toss-up. We have equal chances of being above or below or right around normal rainfall. It's a little more unclear what we can expect. But when it's not clear like this, we usually fall back on climatology. And when I say climatology, what is normal for this time of year? So that's usually what we fall back on. And I actually did a calculation for the next few months, February, March, and April. The normal amount of rainfall we should get is about 15 inches of rain. So that would be normal. And that's would be our best guess at this point. Ryan, next slide. And so the Climate Prediction Center also creates these drought outlooks. And so for February, the final few weeks of the month, they're saying drought will persist, which is no surprise, but they're highlighting that over the seasonal outlook for March and April. They're showing indications that drought could be removed and improved, but also parts of the county can still see drought remaining. over the next few months. And so that's telling me that they're seeing that they're anticipating any rainfall that we could get in the coming months will be beneficial, and primarily to coastal areas of Humboldt and maybe even northern areas. But, and I know it's a little hard to see on this graphic, but they still have some of this brown area, which means drought, persisting drought. And then next slide. And so that's kind of the bulk of what I wanted to speak about, but I just have a few final takeaways to leave you with. So with our current status, we had a good start to the wet season, but we're kind of ending poorly. We'll see what the coming months bring. It's been mostly dry or it's expected to be mostly dry through the rest of February. And then the coming months, it's still unclear, but there is a chance for us to get some rainfall. And the drought outlook is for it to persist into February, but show some improvements in the coming months. And then as far as locally goes, anything that we can get is going to be helpful. It's going to be beneficial to us, but it doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. And I think in a typical season, it's all about timing for rainfall. What we really like to see are periods of rain throughout a long period of time that bring snow and rainfall that will supply our water table, fill our snowpacks, and help us capture and store water that's going to last into the summer months. But if we get all of that rainfall too quickly, it can just run off and flow into the ocean, and there's no way of capturing that. So we're kind of coming into the 11th hour as far as reaching, where we want to be. But at this point, anything will help us. And then if we kind of scale out and look at drought and the conditions regionally, drought is still going to be a major part of the discussion in the coming months. And I know a lot more areas are worse off. There's been even talk that if February, March, and April remain dry, this could be the driest 3-year period on record. And this is looking at Northern California as a whole. So, it might be a little different situation for us here in Humboldt County, but it's still going to be very much a topic of discussion and a concern regionally. And so that concludes what I had to talk about. I'll pass it back to Ryan.
All right, thank you, Kathleen. So I'm going to briefly discuss the local emergency proclamation that we currently have in place, as well as some potential options. Our recommendation from the Drought Task Force around the proclamation is largely tied to the data that Kathleen presented on. So it's based on current and projected precipitation levels, not necessarily the tangible impacts that we're seeing in the community. So right now, with moderate drought being persistent largely throughout Humboldt County, with areas of severe drought in our northeastern and southeastern portions, there's really 2 recommended options that our group has discussed. Number 1 is to maintain the current local emergency proclamation countywide as it currently is. And option 2 would be to target geographically that emergency proclamation based on where severe drought is. And in discussing with the Drought Task Force, with our partners at National Weather Service, our recommendation is to maintain it countywide, largely due to kind of the uncertainty of what the next few months are going to look like in terms of rainfall and potential impacts. Personally, and representing the Drought Task Force, I think it would be kind of a gamble to scale back our proclamation at this point, not knowing what the late winter and early spring months are going to bring, because we very well might find ourselves in a worse condition or similar condition to what we saw last year. And then we'd be in a position where we're reinstating a countywide proclamation in lieu of reduction. So in short, we have seen some progress countywide in terms of our intensity rating with the drought monitor, some improvements in rainfall, but as Kathleen alluded to, we're not out of the woods. And the uncertainty of what the next few months is going to bring is largely what's leading us to this recommendation to maintain the local emergency as it currently is. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Yana to discuss some of the agricultural impacts and take it away.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Pleasure to be with you all today. I don't have a lot to report. We're really in a kind of a holding pattern, hoping that things get better. But what I'll say related to animal agriculture is that our producers are going into this year knowing what challenges they had to face last year. We do have some resources and some financial tools that are available through the Farm Services Agency that can handle some of these challenges. All the previous applicants received their payments from last year, and the Farm Services Agency is accepting applications for 2022. So people are in good position for that program. I think folks are in the mode of trying to be nimble in this moment. There's been a lot of reduction in herds and sort of anticipation for these challenges. I think the biggest thing to think about from an animal agricultural perspective is that we're not alone in this drought. So our demands for feed, our demands for supplemental support are, in the line of everyone else. So this drought is the entire Western United States. And so hay and alfalfa and other products are heavily limited and in high demand sort of across the whole Western United States, not just where we are. So, related to other forms of agriculture, water is a big component that we're always challenged in trying to address and create opportunities for additional supplemental storage and sort of anticipation of reasonable water demands. And, we're also in the middle of the pandemic, and that still affects, some supply and availability issues. But I guess the upside in my mind is that people are kind of in the mode still and ready to think about these issues as they come about. And I really want to also sort of amplify one of the things that Kathleen Zonto said, which is it's, from an agricultural perspective, it really is dependent on timing, and temperature is an important player in this equation. So last year, for example, it was a very cold spring, and so we didn't get a lot of grass growth because of the cold temperatures. And then it warmed up, but also the rain shut off at that point. So grass growth was limited because of the combination of those two factors. So we don't really know what's going to happen this year in terms of when we move into our more true Mediterranean dry summer. But the issue of when we receive rain and what the temperature is during that time period is another factor in this equation. So, between the Ag Commissioner's team and our office in working with ag producers, we're continuing to stand by and support where we can. And happy to answer questions at any time. Ryan, I don't know if those are at the end or now.
I think for the sake of time, let's hold questions till the end if the board is okay with that. I'd like to pass it over to Director Ford to discuss impacts to the cannabis industry and well permitting.
Thanks, Ryan. Just very quickly, we put in the title that there was a decision to be made on cannabis curtailment. And that really is to allow the board to discuss that topic. That's not the recommendation from the Drought Task Force to make it to actually require curtailment at this point. In the board report, it did identify that we will know more, and I think Kathleen's report really affirms this, that we'll know more in April, May, in terms of what the long-term summer outlook is. And so we would recommend deferral of any action on cannabis curtailment until a report is brought back in May or April. And then just real briefly, we are continuing to work on well permitting. It is a complicated discussion in terms of identifying sustainability of wells and impact to surface water. And that is being worked on. In the meantime, we are considering wells on a case-by-case basis with the use of a geologist or a hydrogeologist to provide guidance on that. And I'll give it back to Ryan at this time.
All right, thank you, John. And then lastly, we briefly want to touch on the Resiliency Coordinator position that was brought up some months ago. Just we've been discussing, over the last few weeks, last few months around where that potentially could live, what the scope of the position is, appropriate classification, and in the staff report, we put one option out there. County OES, we maintain the hazard mitigation plan. And as part of that plan, there's 24 projects that are identified for unincorporated county that largely focus on resiliency in the community and mitigation of natural disasters, to include some climate and drought related items. So we're looking at this as a potential option for that position, but we have a need to meet with Human Resources and County Administrative Office. We're going to be doing that tomorrow to discuss kind of the scope, potential timeline, funding sources, and options around that position. Because in reality, it could fit under a number of county departments. It's just a matter of what we as a county, what you as a governing board want to see that position entail, and whether it's a policy related or a practice or programmatic related position. So my commitment to this group is to come back with that, with recommendations around that position in March, once we've had some further time to discuss with Human Resources and CAO's office. And I guess Mario or Hank, if you have anything additional that you'd like to add representing your departments, now is a good time. Otherwise, we have concluded our report.
I would add just that we have still only one active report of well going dry in Humboldt County. We still hear kind of anecdotes of other wells going dry in certain regions, but they're not reported to Department of Water Resources. So we just want to reiterate that environmental health is here to help folks report wells that go dry with the intent to understand the scope of the challenge that we're dealing with in our community. So get a hold of us if you need help. Thanks.
I do see, Brian, I do see Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up.
Well, thank you. Hank, do you have anything you wanted to add before I ask my questions?
Sure, I'll just real quick, just thinking in terms of drought preparedness, drought response, there's a need for really an integrated strategy and thinking on different timescales. And, Public Works is involved in two more long-term initiatives in terms of negotiating on the future of the Potter Valley project, the dam that diverts water on the Eel River in Mendocino County. And then also the county has a contract for water for the Trinity River, and we're working to make that operational. And those are both long-term initiatives. And I also wanted to highlight that the county is one of 7 counties involved with the North Coast Resource Partnership. And that group channels and directs state funding down to the local level for a variety of water resource and watershed projects. And that's been a great source of funding for cities, districts, tribes, to develop water resiliency for their systems and their resources. And there will be another solicitation for projects coming out in a few months. The integrated regional water management round 2 implementation funds. Our region will have a total of $9.3 million. And so within probably a few months, we'll have a solicitation for proposals. And that's a good opportunity for water suppliers to think about projects that will improve their longer term resilience. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell, then.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I have a series of questions I'm just going to ask, and then it'll kind of be obvious who needs to answer. So my first question would be, what is the pros and cons of staying in the drought declaration against going out? That would be for Ryan. My second question is for Yana. With the ag community specifically, does it matter with their sources of federal or state funding whether we stay in a declaration through the with the county or not? My third question is to Director Ford. If we are looking at curtailment for cannabis, how does that work with the state when the state is not following state licenses, and the state license actually says you have to cultivate and you have to pay? So if we curtail, what do we do with that? And my other question is to Ryan. The funding sources that would come, where would the funding come from for this position? Where do you anticipate seeing that funding come from? And that would be the total of my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. To address your first question surrounding the drought proclamation, largely our recommendations are tied to the data. So until we're seeing outlooks that are showing the drought being removed or expecting the drought to be removed, our recommendation is to keep it in place. And largely what that does from an emergency management standpoint is it keeps that door open for potential reimbursement costs. And to date, we haven't expended what we call Category B expenses in terms of equipment, supplies, or staff overtime. But naturally, with this drought task force, there is an impact to our time. You know, it's taking staff time to address these questions. And as we move forward into the coming months, you know, with that level of uncertainty, there may be additional work, or there may be additional response items, whether that's equipment, supplies that we purchase for this. Having that drought proclamation in place allows us to potentially claim some of those costs. Removing it, largely what it does is take away that availability of CDAA, or California Disaster Assistance Act funding. As far as agriculture and businesses go, they're still covered under the FDA and SBA disaster designations federally. So they'll be able to apply and continue to apply for their relief through those programs. And we also, countywide, are still covered under the state's state of emergency proclamation. So I hope that addresses that question. And rather than circling back, I'm going to go ahead and discuss briefly funding sources. We don't necessarily have a plan for that at this point. It would largely be dependent on general fund allocations unless we could find grant opportunities. As far as, you know, if it was housed in the Office of Emergency Services under our mitigation program, there's mitigation funding that's available to support the implementation of projects, but that comes at a cost as well. There's a 75% coverage from the federal government and 25% match for counties. You know, right now, my staff is 50% covered by what's called the EMPG, or Emergency Management Performance Grant, and then 50% of our department budget. But that's a set allocation that we get every year. And there's little room, if not no room, for expansion of salary costs out of that grant. So it's largely going to be dependent on the board or this county to come up with a funding plan, either out of general fund or through the seeking of new grant opportunities.
Thank you, Ryan.
I think the next question was aimed at me, and the question about how does the declaration affect some of the crop assistance programs. And while I don't represent those federal programs, we certainly in our shop feed data into an evaluation of local conditions. And it's my understanding that local conditions drive the funding availability more than this type of political declaration. So I don't see that being a strong impact, but I think it does send a message about the continuing challenge and sort of setting expectations as to what we're looking at coming into this spring. You know, as Ryan said earlier, I think we'll have a better sense in the coming months as to how severe this challenge is and whether we've you know, made some significant headway or whether we're really needing to double down. So, you know, as a team, we really recommend that we sort of stay the course and reevaluate in another, you know, 2 months, say, or something to that effect, where we've got a much clearer understanding as to what happened this spring.
Thank you, Yana.
And I think the last question was for me, and the question had to do with how does the impact of curtailment affect cannabis cultivators who aren't able to furlough their crops in situations where relative to the state licensing and payment of fees, because those are still due. There's a couple different nuances to that question, the answer to that question. First is that we are not recommending curtailment for the first cultivation cycle, so that everybody with a permit or a license can choose to cultivate this year. And so there is the ability to generate some income. The second part of that question has to do with an ongoing discussion that we've had with the state, which is that the state should allow for furloughing of cannabis cultivation in situations where, either due to economics or due to environmental conditions, it makes sense to furlough crops, to not cultivate. And while there is some movement seemingly right now relative to tax reform in the cannabis industry, this idea of furloughing still has not really seen the light of day at the state level, and that really probably is an advocacy role the planning or the county can take on relative to the Department of Cannabis Control, to contact them and just explain that we're really looking as a state at drought conditions persisting, and it would be good policy to allow people to not be penalized for not cultivating, and to create circumstances where they can furlough and not be required to pay fees and other costs that the state charges.
Thank you, John.
Supervisor Madrone.
Furlough, fallow, whatever it's called. Thanks for all of that response. I want to thank the whole Drought Task Force for their update here today. A lot of good information, and yeah, we're all hoping for the miracle March. And you know, in the world of hydrology, the best time to get the rain is March, April, May. You know, if we can get it in the spring, especially starting in March with snowpack, then we can actually overcome this dry January. But to be seen, right? We're all crossing our fingers and doing our rain dances, et cetera. You know, there are a lot of long-term impacts to this drought. And I think it was mentioned by Kathleen that, you know, if things continue to be dry this spring, we could be looking at the driest 3-year period on record. That's pretty significant. And we're starting to really see some dramatic impacts from this long-term drought. For instance, the snowdown, as it's being called, you know, normally we call it blowdown in the forest from wind, right? Well, we had a snowdown where the snow loads out in Willow Creek area from Titlow Hill all the way to Burnt Ranch, it laid about 30% of the forest on the ground. And when you go out there and you look around the neighborhoods where these trees have fallen with their root balls out of the ground, you note pretty quickly that there's no roots on the root balls. The roots broke off when the trees fell because the roots were dying back, basically. And so it was also a really wet snow, but people in Humboldt know that we've had many wet snows over the decades, and we've never seen this kind of tree falling effect from storms before. It was just so dramatic. And frankly, the community of Willow Creek is still reeling from this disaster, the snowdown, and trying to clean up. And without getting all that material cleaned up, they're sitting on another disaster this summer with fuel loads that are just out of control and way beyond the ability of private landowners to actually deal with. I mean, people out there have been doing everything they can. And I want to thank Ryan Derby, Sheriff Hansel, for getting us the curtain burner from CAL FIRE out there. That was really, really helpful for people to be able to bring in whatever debris they could to get it burned. And next time we'll hopefully have the burner that produces electricity while you're burning the wood, and we can upload that electricity to the grid in what's called mobile biomass conversion systems. It's something that's coming onto the landscape rapidly. At any rate, there's still a great need out there, but I want to thank Public Works for their incredible work on the public roads and accesses, helping people get out of their homes. The Sheriff's Department, PG&E, just phenomenal response out there to get the electricity back up and running, et cetera. But, you know, we're still in that community dealing with the effects of that snowstorm, and it's created basically another emergency. there is a massive amount of money coming down from FEMA through what's called the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program that comes through Cal OES. And it is so much money, they don't even really quite know how to deal with it. I mean, it is a vast amount of hundreds of millions of dollars, but we're not set up to really access these funds. And in particular, there are many community groups like fire safe councils, volunteer fire departments, community service districts, and others that would very much like to access these funds. But it's an extremely complicated grant program that most people are not really capable of diving into and succeeding at. So this talk about the Resiliency Coordinator, it seems to me that we're sitting on a really great opportunity to create that position or two, and to hire somebody who's not only good at helping to coordinate, but is an expert grant writer, somebody who can really navigate the hazard mitigation grant program, North Coast Resource Partnership grant programs, and many others that can actually provide the matching funds for the county to then get the federal funds to OES, FEMA in the hazard mitigation grant program. So, a couple of years ago, we added a couple of positions to Public Works that were specific as grant writers. And what happens when you hire these grant writer positions is that they basically pay for themselves. Once they are successful at bringing in the grants, you're able to put into the grant the administrative costs of the staff to run the program and to manage it, et cetera. So with really successful grant writers, you can literally pay for the positions and bring in millions of dollars to help communities deal with these mitigation needs in the communities. We don't have that right now. And frankly, these other community partners that want to step up and partner with us, they don't have those resources either. So I wanted to speak very strongly in support of a hazard or a resiliency coordinator, in particular, one or two people that are expert grant writers. So hopefully I've made that clear. I think that's a real win-win for the county as well as all of these communities. And like I said, Willow Creek is still desperately in need of help. And so I once again contacted the CCCs. I had them lined up ready to come out, but we canceled that for reasons that are not clear to me. But at any rate, I contacted the CCCs again and asking them if we were to submit an emergency request through OES to get the CCCs, how quickly could the crews be dispatched? Because people will say they're so busy with so many things, they might not get here for like 9 months or something like that. So I wanted to know. So I got a response from Raquel Ortega at the Fortuna CCCs, and she said, if they get an emergency contract set up, which basically we just have to request it, they could dispatch a crew within a couple of days or the same day it is approved. So we really need to do this. And I'll be talking more with Director Derby as well as Sheriff Hansel about the need in Willow Creek and why aren't we requesting this help for this community. So I just wanted to put that plug in because they're there and ready to help us. Anyway, thank you very much for the presentation. Look forward to more rain.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. There was one other question I wanted to ask, and it goes to Mario about the wells. First of all, how are you seeking the information whether wells have gone dry, or are you relying on communities to report to you? And then also, are you processing well permits currently, or are they just hanging out in the queue still?
We take every opportunity to remind folks that we are here to help report dry wells, and it really helps the Drought Task Force understand the scope of the challenge when we get news of a dry well, but it's largely voluntary. So, families or owners have to be motivated to provide that information. And again, we're happy to help that process. And that report goes to Department of Water Resources, who has a statewide inventory of wells that go dry. And we show one in this county, whereas other regions of the state, hundreds. And so we don't really know through the reporting how vast the challenges for folks on domestic water supply and state small water systems. While we would expect some communication with the state smalls, that is a permit that environmental health has with connections 5 to 14. Regarding permitting wells, we are permitting wells in coordination with the planning department. So domestic wells and wells that are ministerially approved, we're able to move those a little faster. When they're discretionary wells, we need to coordinate with the planning agency, and that takes a little bit longer. We are very close to having an approved policy for test wells, and that's not final yet, but that's going to allow things to move a little bit quicker, we believe, for those discretionary permits. We're very close on that, and hopefully we'll be able to implement that new policy soon.
Thank you. I have a couple of other follow-up questions. So the well that you're referring to that went dry, I believe was reported a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
It was over a year for sure.
Okay. So given the statement that we hear out in the communities about sources of water going dry, and this is for the panel, if anybody that wants to answer, is there a more active way to investigate or to seek that information out that can actually be validated that those wells are, or water sources are actually drying up? You know, if we're in a state of drought, which we are, and it's a state of emergency, is that part of something that we can form or do a little more investigating on?
Take the first shot at that. We often hear, I think the comment was made, anecdotal evidence that wells have gone dry, but when we're processing applications, nobody really wants to admit that a well has gone dry. We do see multiple wells drilled on properties, which leads us to question why are you drilling multiple wells if you've got an existing good producing well? We've not taken the step of requiring people to demonstrate that older wells or all wells are continuing to produce. There is a situation right now where there are 5 different wells on a piece of property, and we're trying to figure out why and what it has to do with the application in process. But it's a situation where unless people are saying, hey, my well's dry, I need to dig a new well, we don't have those empirical evidence.
Thank you. I have one follow-up question with that. So, I mean, I could imagine why there are multitudes of wells on properties, larger property owners, cattle, troughs, you know, there's probably multitudes of reasons. Is it a true statement or not that wells dry up regardless of drought for multitudes of reasons also? Regardless of drought. Drought is one reason.
I'm going to defer to Mario a little bit more on that, but I will say from my experience, that is a true statement.
Yeah, through the chair, we hear from the drillers that there are wells that seasonally go dry, and so there are seasonal fluctuations, and I think it's largely up to the owners of those wells to decide their need. It's not something that environmental health monitors. When we get a well application, we do have that dialogue with the applicant. You know, are you seeing some challenges with productivity, and what's motivating you to do that? Because we want to understand. But again, we have no submittals of dry well reports.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, how do you differentiate between domestic and not well applications?
So the applicant makes that designation on the application, and it's largely up to them to make that determination. and submit those applications to us for the evaluation. And I think through coordination with building and planning, if we do need to understand what discretionary applications are filed with the county to understand if there's some crossover there, but largely we have the application as submitted and we have to accept what's on paper.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. You know, some of the other reasons why wells go dry are earthquakes. You know, I hear this a lot, in particular around the West Haven, Trinidad area. Earthquakes will shift the land and actually break the well casing so that the tap of the well into the whatever water source it is will change because that well casing gets broken and shifted over. So that's absolutely one of the reasons. And I've heard this a lot. In fact, in Trinidad, when Highway 101 was built after the '64 flood, it cut through a lot of groundwater fissures, we'll call them. And there were a lot of wells on the west side of Highway 101 in the West Haven, Trinidad area that went dry because of interruption of groundwater or, you know, groundwater flow and things like that. So there can be a lot of reasons for wells failing. So that was a great question. At any rate, I would like to recommend that we add to this Humboldt County Area Hazard Mitigation Plan, in particular under action item HC8, develop countywide all hazards debris management plan. And I think we need to add, you know, it lists dam failure, earthquake, flooding, landslide, severe weather, tsunami. Maybe severe weather covers it, but I think this whole idea of windfall and snow down, you know, blowing down forests is a whole new phenomena because of the drought and how weakened the forest is and how much more susceptible it is to blow down or wind down, snow down, et cetera. So I think we could probably expand on that a little bit, Ryan, to make sure we're covering what we saw this winter out in Willow Creek. So that would be a recommendation that I would offer. And then I want to make a motion to go ahead and basically direct staff to return to our board with the necessary documentation to create and allocate a position to the Office of Emergency Services for a resiliency coordinator that is also an expert grant writer.
Okay, so did you say that's your motion at this point in time, or is that something you're wanting to add when the item actually is all put together?
That's a motion that I'm recommending. It's in the staff report as a recommended action.
Okay, I just didn't know.
The only thing I added to it was that I think the person ought to be an expert grant writer, because that's what we need. We need to bring in the resources for the community to work in partnership. So we do need a coordinator. And if we need two positions, then that's what that is. But this person absolutely needs to be an expert grant writer, at least in my opinion. So yes, that's a motion.
So we have a motion that Supervisor Madrone made. Is there a second, at least for the discussion? I know we have a couple of.
I'll second for discussion, but I think there's a few other items that need to be put in there or discussed.
Okay. So we've got generally a second, but we're going to come back to that for discussion. I know Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell have their hands up. Can you turn your mic on?
I'm glad to hear that number of 30%. I was trying to get that from the Forest Service lately of what their blowdown and everything was, the 30% of the forest. Because I know we've talked about, and I've seen what has happened up in the fires. A lot more creeks are running because there's less competition. And if 30% of it blew down, we need to get it cleaned up, but that may make for the healthiest forest we've ever seen because there won't be as much competition and the dry root balls and everything else because there is so much competition for the water. That's a big, big situation. It's been hard to get people to jump on the fact that the 400 trees per acre compared to 250 trees per acre make for a healthy forest. And this is what multiple foresters have told me. I am not an expert on this whatsoever. I'm not an expert on much. But with that being said, I would look at that. And I've got not a concern. I understand, you know, we're always adding people, but we allocated 1 or 2 grant writers to public works already. And before we can they help with this emergency services, because you've pulled so many people over, can they help write these grants? Because there is, through RCRC and everything else, there is so much cash coming. I don't, you know, I think if we can throw as much at it as possible. I know Yana with all her spare time will help. And Connie Stewart, who have been great helps all the way along. I always, before we add people, because it's so much to add people, and has been stated, hey, they're giving us money to add people. That inkwell is going to go dry someday, and then we're going to have to figure out what to do with them. And I'm just saying, I want to make sure we're utilizing, you know, all the tools in our tool chest before we start throwing more tools we're going to use once. And I appreciate staff's, you know, and I know Ryan is a little overwhelmed with the wind down of COVID and going into drought and things like that. But I mean, as Mario said, I think it's well over 2 years for that Hydesville well. And from what I understand, it's back up and pumping now. Is that right? Mario, there's a question for you.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not sure what the status of that dry well report is, but we can look into that.
Yeah, we only have the one to look at, so that'd be great to know if we're back up and pumping. And then I did actually have somebody tell me about a well run dry on them the other day. It's up in the hills and it's 20 foot deep, so it's more of a water pit than a well. But as we move forward, I'd like to make sure we're using all the tools that we have to write all these grants, because as has been stated, they have more money than they know what to give away right now. So I don't know how competitive it is if they don't know how to do with it, because there's a lot of people that'll tell them what they can do. So I do appreciate, I think you know, I appreciate what has happened in Willow Creek as Supervisor Madrone, and thanking Mercer Fraser for the use of the land and everything else they're doing. I mean, people kind of want to skip that, but they've thrown their land in there, which they usually rent for quite a bit a day to the Forest Service and for other emergencies, and they're doing what they do, helping Humboldt County on this one. So I think that has to be taken aware of. So moving forward, it's given a lot of people up in Willow Creek an avenue to get rid of the stuff instead of having to drive it farther down the road at other sites we were looking at. So I'd just like to know where we're going on this, and to make sure, instead of adding, do we need that right now? The monies are actually coming very easily. According to RCRC, there's a lot of opportunity. I'll get those. We can get those lists. And looking forward to, I get my briefing on the North Coast Resource Partnership next week, and am very aware of the North Coast Resource Partnership long before I ever got on this board, and what Jimmy Smith did to bring it forward. So we will move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell and then Madrone. And then we just have public comment.
Thank you, through the chair. I wanted to ask Ryan or Alicia if we already had a grant writer on staff. And also I wanted to clarify with Ryan, do we need to say that we're going to stay continuing forward in this emergency for the county, or is Supervisor Madrone's, because I see 3 things for the recommendations. Do we need to add more to the motion? Ryan.
Thank you, through the chair. So the proclamation renewal that was done, I believe it was 2 weeks ago, will cover us for a 30-day period. So at this point in time, there's no need to renew if it's the board's will to keep that in place countywide.
Okay.
And as far as grant writing position goes, through the sheriff's office, we largely coordinate from the program through our business office for grant applications. I think that what we propose today is really one option of many. And we have a meeting scheduled tomorrow afternoon with CAO with HR to kind of further discuss. And it's my intent to come back next month with kind of a consolidated recommendation across county departments and make sure that the will of your board, as well as various funding options and a rough scope of work and potential job classification can be presented at that time. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Bushnell?
It does. I'm not inclined to want to include the grant writer position in this motion today without that report coming back. That's just my feedback. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, that sounds fine, Ryan, coming back with that next month. So I'll just remove that grant writer part off that and just stick with the staff recommendation, which is to direct staff to come back to us with the details, as Ryan said. So that's fine with me. I just want to point out that, if you are hiring just a coordinator position, then yeah, you got to find funding for that out of the general fund or whatever. But if you're hiring somebody that's a grant writer / coordinator, the grants they write can literally pay for their position. So it doesn't have an impact on the general fund. And that's why I suggested that. As you all know, I'm an expert at grant writing. I've been doing this for 40 years. And, that's how you do it, is you hire a grant writer, they bring in all the money that actually pays for their position, plus a whole lot of money for resources to do work in the communities. And I did talk to staff about capacity. And frankly, with the county managing the entire North Coast Resource Partnership and all the other river projects, the Two Basin Solution, the Trinity River, 50,000 acre feet, Redwood Creek Estuary, there is so much going on. It is my understanding that staff are at capacity and cannot take on more. But I'd love to hear from Deputy Director Seaman, what his opinion of staffing capacity is. But once again, if you hire a grant writer, they end up paying for their own position. That's the point. Deputy Director Seaman.
Yeah, I think on behalf of the Drought Task Force, we were expecting to not to drill down on the Resiliency Coordinator position today, but to come back at a future meeting after we've had more discussion with the CAO and Human Resources. I would just say that it would be good to further define the duties and expectations of the position. And, the position that was added in Public Works 2 years ago went beyond applying for grants and was more of a project coordinator, project manager. And so it was really the full life cycle of applying for funds, administering the grant agreements, coordinating the projects, doing oversight of consultants, and delivering the work. And so the grant writing piece is, maybe 10 to 20% of those duties. And so you can't do it all. You have to really have a good strategy for what you can accomplish with the resources you have. And so I think we can come back with more structure to this discussion at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Deputy Director Seaman, for that explanation, because I think it makes sense. So we don't have to keep trying to drill down on it today, because we do have other items on our agenda. So we will go to the public and see, I know there's a couple hands up. And so again, this is on the Drought Task Force report. And first we're going to go to 8410. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, hello, Board of Supervisors. I just want to say thank you for letting me speak today. My name is David Parris. I'm a cannabis operator in the Van Dusen Valley, right below Huntsville. I would like to just say, when you guys first came out to inspect my well that I had drilled for my cannabis operation, not one of your planners knew where my meter should be. So I'd just like to say that I think you guys are you're shooting for grants and stuff, but you're not even looking at the right people. I feel like looking at just the cannabis operations and the people that use water. I mean, everyone uses water in this entire county. I have a farm directly next to my farm. I use 50,000 gallons of water a year. And there's a farm directly next to me. They use 110,000 gallons a day. But they're not a cannabis operation, so they don't. It just doesn't make sense that you guys are attacking cannabis operations only, and this is not across the board. I would like to see some more, a little bit less discrimination towards cannabis. Right now, at this time, the cannabis industry is about to crumble, and you guys are talking about holding our water back. What are you gonna? How are you gonna do that? You got Steve Madrone last week spoke about incentives. We really haven't spoke much on that. You should really get into the incentives and talking to us about how we're going to do this and how we're going to accomplish this together. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
All right, thank you. So next, we're going to go to 5288. Press *6 to unmute. Try it again, 5288. You were unmuted momentarily and it looks like you got muted again. There you are, welcome.
We're here now, well, thank you. I was reading the Times Standard. Of course, you don't believe everything you read in the papers, but it starts off on the front page, West mega drought worsens, America's worst mega drought deepened so much last year that it is now the driest in 1,200 years. It is a worst case climate change scenario playing out live, a new study finds. And then it goes on here, this is the worst mega drought since the 1500s and shows no sign of easing in the near future, according to the study. So I guess that's the current science that's out there. I found the weather forecast, let's just hope for March. The pattern I've seen lately, I think the next storm is inland from us. That was on a national weather thing. It misses us, which consistently has been happening here in the last few months. So if that trend goes, we may only get the same amount of rain let's say in March and April that we got in January and February, which is nothing. A little bit distresses me, and of course I strongly support what the last speaker said. Everybody should be treated equally. I mean, his neighbor's water and his water should possibly be considered to be curtailed also. This is all hydrologically connected. People have a varying thing on that. Geologist is not proper hydrological. Geologist is the person to make these determinations, as we realize in litigation here. The one was overturned by the expert in the field and said the opposite. It distresses me that we're kind of putting our head in sand and waiting till April. I usually take, let's figure on the worst case scenario and allow for that one. And then if things go good, man, everybody is happy. But I think everybody should be encouraged. And I think you should be using your, whatever's left of your Measure S money to help these people. I think you should hopefully go to the state and enable them to put in emergency bladders and whatever water they can take and store should be allowed to be stored for all businesses, not just cannabis. I do have to agree with Rex when he stated he's not an expert on much. Anybody would feel that a burned over or a pecker pole forest is a healthy forest just because there's a lot of water running on the surface. I don't know what kind of foresters you're talking to, Rex, but I sure wouldn't use them on anything I work with or any kind of remediation, but that is not a healthy forest. The healthy forest is a old growth forest. And they maintain the water stays in the system. I don't think you quite understand the sponge effect and what happens when you have a rainforest in an old growth forest, but that's just my opinion. So I do support getting as much grant money as you can, moving the faster on that you do. I think the better. Steve's happy with it coming forward later. I did want to do a shout out to Steve Madrone for the effort he made in the Willow Creek area. He called upon me to donate some money, and I just gave him $200 or something for gas for the people down there. Some people feel he didn't try and help, but he did make that first effort to get the CCC out there and other groups to work. And
Thank you, Kent. All right, thank you, Kent. And we're going to 0116. That might be Ash. Press *6 to unmute if you want to talk on the drought item.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, Ash Teeter again here. I want to say that I used to work with CCC, and glad to hear that Raquel Ortega is still with them. She was fun to work with. I know that I worked there like March, April, and May. There were multiple times where the either one of those months would have like a full month of rain. So hopefully we can hope for that this year. Regarding like the state funding that I've heard people talking about, there's the reservoir management that I didn't hear any talk of that. And you look at, statewide, the Oroville Dam, that was just like disintegrating. And I don't know, haven't really heard much talk on what we're doing to maintenance, even our what, long-term plans for our reservoirs are. I know put in a dam, it's got about a 70-year shelf life. So it'd be good to hear about some long-term talks about that. Also, like what I heard of Madrone talking about the mobile biomass generation and talking about new technologies is definitely good, especially when dealing with all the cities down south that decided to build in the middle of the desert. Maybe they could start thinking about some desalination plants to, plan for droughts instead of just leaching off the North States water. Also, the climate emergency is as we shift from COVID, as Rex was talking about, and here Jared Huffman, it just came out recently in an article I saw that popped up talking about the climate emergency, which will likely feed into the push for electric vehicles we're seeing statewide in the next 10 years or so. So it'd be good to consider that, the local impacts that will have with how long it takes people to recharge and whatnot. And the individual use, for the cannabis and stuff, and I'd like to suggest maybe an approach instead of the bladders in the tanks, maybe allowing for more ponds, because that's a little more natural. And I know it's the long-term effect of all these bladders in tanks once they run their term of service, got to throw them away. That's probably not the best thing. And then with the coordinator for the resiliency, you talked about getting hired, as well as being an expert grant writer, which might be a good thing. It'd probably be good to be familiar with global technology achievements like we see in India with the cloud seeding. It's a long time since we've been talked about as a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but they're doing it. They're up in the air spraying stuff, and it makes rain. So what are we doing locally? What's our state government or federal government doing as far as cloud seeding? That would be good to be reported on and know to balance into things. So yeah, just be good to hire someone that.
Sorry, 3 minutes. 3 minutes goes by quickly. 6228 and press star 6 to unmute. 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good morning, Supervisors. Madeline DeLapp, Humboldt County Growers Alliance. First off, I want to thank you for your continued commitment of county resources to the Drought Task Force. This was an informative presentation, and the conversation being had by the supervisors is not alarming. However, the continued inclusion of cannabis curtailment as part of the staff report for discussion is what gives the industry anxiety. We get it, 100%. Protecting in-stream flows is paramount. Drought and changing climate are long-term conditions that deserve holistic and equally applied water management solutions. Yes, the Resiliency Coordinator should have skills in grant writing and developing science-based holistic drought resilience strategies. The continued singling out for cannabis agriculture as the sole industry that could be curtailed is inappropriate. Cannabis water use is more regulated, measured, and tracked than any other agricultural industry and uses significantly less water than any other industry. As noted in our white paper published and submitted to you last summer, we estimated, based on current scientific data, that the total cumulative water use for all permitted Humboldt cannabis farms is 884 acre-feet, which is a tiny fraction, 6% of the agricultural water used in the lower Eel River Valley. I want to thank Supervisor Bushnell for bringing up a very important question, which is how does cannabis curtailment impact farmers' ability to maintain their state license, and given that the state does not allow for fallowing. The state does not give discounts or reimbursements to license holders. Regardless, the farmer has to pay their full annual state license fees. It is distressing for our cannabis farming community to have the prospect of curtailment looming in the future. HCGA supports building more water storage, and as does the county. Thank you. We are waiting for the $18 million in state funds to be released to build water storage. But given that cannabis farmers cannot fill water storage from surface waters after April 1st, we are under an urgent deadline. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the Project Trellis emergency funding to be released. Please stop singling cannabis out as the only industry that is ever discussed as being curtailed within these regular drought task force reports. Science and data need to determine whether or not site-specific curtailment would result in a net benefit to in-stream flows and drought resilience. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker on 7429. If that's you, press *6 to unmute. And then after that, we'll go to 7108. Welcome.
Okay, good morning. This is Roby Tenorio from Citizens for a Sustainable Humboldt. We support continuing the drought proclamation, and we also support the idea of developing a resiliency coordinator, and agree wholeheartedly that the position also should be an expert grant writer. This is the third year of drought, and there are probably many impacts that are going to be felt because of it being multi-year lack of rain. We also had a big snowdown in eastern southern Humboldt that hasn't been talked about much, but it's left a lot of people with a lot of work down here. I'm worried that hope is playing too big of a role here. We have to look at the past, long-term history, the mega droughts, and use the current knowledge that climate change has provided, which tells us that there are no more normal or dependable weather systems we can rely on. We need to prepare year round. I'm in a moderate drought area, but with the incredible sun and warmth right now on the creek and river that I live on, there is a very bright green algae covering the bottom of the entire creek bed as it nears the river and in the river. It's been so warm, and now the wind has started, and so with no rain and the wind picking up, the drying really accelerates. So water storage is the key, and for those who are anxious, they need to store water now. There's no reason to wait, to encourage and support storage. So thank you very much. Also, I really question that the county has not received information from CDFW about wells drying up. We do have to keep in mind that many of the wells that were permitted since 2016, which were double, which were permitted in 2015, are for agriculture, specifically cannabis. They're not domestic wells, and they're located in the upland areas where we don't yet have understanding of the impacts that these wells will have and of the drought combination. So it's kind of all hitting at once. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Roby. Let's see, next one is 7108 followed by 4028. So 7108, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry. I live in southern Humboldt at 2,800 feet. The December storm that did all that damage in Willow Creek did a whole lot of damage on my property and the area as well. Snapped off the tops of and major limbs of white and black oaks and tan oaks, uprooted. I have a huge black oak that was just totally uprooted. It's like carnage of all the trees that have gone down. And I've been here for 45 years and been through much bigger snow and windstorms. So to me, this is directly from the drought. These were healthy trees, not bug-infested trees that went down. Next door, there's a farm, a cannabis farm that got a permit. Originally was the well was going to be what was going to be used, and it turned out the well was unproductive. I do not think that well was reported, but it's, yeah, so that one was unproductive. So now they're supposed to fill it up out of the creek. Well, the creek at this point looks like what it would be in the summertime. There's hardly any water in there. Even though in Eureka and in different parts of the county, things aren't so bad, this part of the county is definitely experiencing the drought. And I'm not so hopeful that we're going to get some rain and everything, it's going to be over. This has been going on for years, and it would take a lot to actually come out of the drought and come back to anywhere near normal. So I hope you come back at least by April, not waiting to May, because how bad do things have to get? And as far as the cannabis growth, it's the environment. There's only so much water, and if it's not raining, do we destroy our whole ecosystem so people can keep doing their business? I mean, I would think with the market crashing and the environmental crisis would be a really great time for people to downsize.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to 4028 followed by 1041. So 4028, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, yeah, my name is Steve Breitenstein. I'm a consultant with many cannabis farmers as clients throughout the county. Something I was alarmed about was kind of the lack of discussion on the wells, the development of standards for wells. Director Ford mentioned that they were working on it and it's a difficult problem, and the staff report mentions that hopefully later in March we'll be able to come up with some new standards to help people. But until then, we're relying on deciding whether a farm can rely on a well on a case-by-case basis using a report from a geologist or a certified engineering geologist. As we can see, that is not a cut and dry scenario right now. This is exemplified by the next agenda item, which is the second supervisor meeting to discuss a single well. And I understand there's some kind of a debate that's going to take place, which is definitely beneficial, but it's important to know that there are a lot of deadlines for these farmers. They have the interim permits from the county are due to expire midway through the summer. The state's provisional licensing is going to expire, and meanwhile there's a sharp deadline for when they're allowed to fill their storage tanks. And what this means, if we don't have a clear guideline on which farmers can use wells, which permits will be permitted by wells, and the only thing you're offering people is, well, you should pay a geologist to do a report, but we have no idea whether or not that report is going to be successful or not. And the farmers, they rely on what the experts are telling them. They're not geologists, they're farmers. And what this boils down to is we're leaving a very, very small amount of time for these farmers to be able to pivot. A lot of them have been relying on groundwater wells legally for many years. And at this point, you were leaving them just a few weeks that they may have to pivot their entire plan for their farm, their entire irrigation plan to rain catchment or storage. And they're going to be scrambling to look for storage places where they can keep it on their farms. They can't use bladders. It takes a year to get a pond. This is a big issue. I would suggest we really push to get well standards that are clearly identified, a clear checklist, which wells will be usable, which will not, absolutely as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Steve. All right, we're going to go to 1041, which I believe is Donnie, followed by 5069. So 1041, press *6 unmute to speak on the drought.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for the time to speak. I would like to absolutely second what I missed the gentleman's name, but the gentleman who just spoke before me, I'd like to second everything that he said and also add to it. It seems to me by my research that there isn't any county incentives to install rainwater collection, both residentially and commercially. This is a great conservative way of collecting the rainwater and keeping it there for future irrigation. I'm certain that a majority of our cannabis growers would utilize this technology, as well as would love handsome incentives that basically drive them to collect as much of the rainwater as they possibly can and as much of different ways as they can. Instead of having barriers like this gentleman was presenting before me, it should be incentives. It should be you put a pond on your property and you follow these things, you get an incentive, especially if there's rainwater that's collecting into it. You put these containers on your property and there's a facility that's collecting the rainwater and then it's being used. Great, you're doing your part. You should get an incentive for this. These are programs that are all over the rest of California too. Like this is an old list. It's the only list I could find. Is actually no, this is the next. Let me go back to this list. It was published in 2016, so it might not have you guys, but Calistoga, Santa Monica, Santa Rosa, Long Beach, Oakland, Palo Alto, Sacramento, San Diego. They all have rebate programs from both rain barrels all the way up to commercial containers that collect rainwater. And I mean, we get so much rain, even though we are in drought situations during the summer. It just makes sense by the amount of rain that falls from the sky in one night of a heavy Humboldt downpour. If there was incentive to collect all that rain and there was apparatus and systems across the county collecting this rain, the actual drought itself wouldn't be so much of a problem for our residents and people here, because we would have our own stored supply from what God and nature provided to us in the previous winter. So I would highly recommend the board look into incentives of ways to get people to do the things that they would like them to do and then reward them for doing it. So that's all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Donnie. All right. 5069. Press star 6 to unmute, and then we'll go to 0326. So 5069. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors and staff. Ross Gordon with Humboldt County Growers Alliance. First, want to echo Natalie's statement that we do really appreciate the informative staff report and the Drought Task Force, and also echo our concern over the singling out of cannabis at times in these discussions in context of all agriculture and all water usage. I want to reiterate something that Natalie said, that the total water usage for Humboldt cannabis is about 884 acre feet. And that's across about 420 acres of total cultivation in Humboldt. And as Natalie mentioned, that's about 6% of the total water usage in the Eel River Valley. It's also 33 times less than a single almond farm in the Central Valley. And I want to emphasize that because I think it's sometimes misunderstood. It's not that a single cannabis farm uses 33 times less water than a single almond farm. It's that every cannabis farm in Humboldt County collectively together, those 884 acre feet, in total use 33 times less water than a single almond farm in the Central Valley. So we already, as an industry, because of the overall land use, the size of cannabis farms are using a very low amount of water compared to other agricultural uses. And then that's further mitigated by the widespread adoption of water storage in the cannabis industry, as well as the summer forbearance period. And water storage right now is probably at about 30 to 40% of total water consumption for cannabis farms. So we say all that to say that we actually see an enormous opportunity here based on voluntary measures and incentives to have a really dramatic impact and to really move us towards an industry that is using, particularly in relationship to the value of product produced, really a minuscule amount of water. And so I wanted to highlight two voluntary measures that we think would make a really dramatic difference. The first, we really appreciate the discussion by the board, is fallowing. And we know that your board has been supportive in the past of going to the state and asking the state to put in place a fallowing policy. Want to add a piece of information that our understanding from the state is they believe there may not be a level of urgency necessary to justify an emergency regulatory promulgation to allow cultivators to fallow for the 2022 growing season. And so our ask of the county would be to please communicate the urgency of the situation and please communicate the outcome of this meeting, particularly if you do choose to extend the emergency proclamation. And please let the state know that this is still a serious issue in Humboldt County and that we would like to see the state urgently create that possibility for cultivators to voluntarily cut back on their cultivation without permanently forfeiting their license. Second, wanted to pick up on the conversation around water storage. We appreciate the county's leadership on this. That said, we would ask that the county reconsider the current 1-to-1 matching requirement. Supervisor Madrone mentioned this, I think, last week, potentially looking to make that matching requirement retroactive so that prior investments in water storage could be used going forward, and even considering maybe a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 retroactive match. So $10,000 or $20,000 of previous investment to qualify for $40,000 of water storage grant funding going forward. Really, we think the urgency is to get as much of this funding out as quickly as possible. And
thanks, Ross. Sorry about that. 3 minutes. 0326. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Charles Wilson. California has gone through droughts forever, it seems. The scientists, back in 1940, we had a drought. They said it was going to be a 7-year drought. And then a couple of years later, they said it was going to be a 9-year drought. And then they went to an 11-year drought. I remember I lived down in Santa Monica, LA area there. And the thing is, the average precipitation in Los Angeles went from, I think it was 13.41 down to about 11 in those few years, because the number of years that they had been keeping track of precipitation was so short. And here we have the climate change. They talk about that so much and everything. And even I went, in the 1980s, they were talking about putting black soot on top of the snow to increase the heat, to melt the snow in places where they had that. And I remember 60 years ago, they were talking about how the glaciers had receded a whole mile from what they had been before. But a lot of these places, when you have an upland area, you're not going to expect too much water in a well, because there's no water above you to drain into where your well is. So I think the places where they have the trying to grow the cannabis and everything there have been they have a problem, because they never had much water up there to begin with. And to try to reward them with incentives seems to me another government giveaway program. The incentive for the cannabis farmers when they're running out of water is to take care of it themselves. It shouldn't be that the government stands in their way, but then again, the government shouldn't have to be giving them anything to promote something that they should have been already doing because of the place that they have picked to grow their stuff. Anyway, this rain comes and goes, and it's not like the silver iodide stuff may cause rain and may not cause rain, and may disrupt the rain everywhere else. So it's not such a wonderful thing. 70 years ago, they tried that and they gave up on it there. San Diego had to.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Right, 0151, might be Dottie. Press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hello. Very interesting conversation that we're having. I want to bring up a few points. One is biochar. Biochar is a great way to add natural resources to your soil so that you're not using other amendments. There's lots of wood. Biochar kilns are available. The Institute for Sustainable Forestry has one with Chip Titman that you can use it and get some training. Using biochar will be better for the soil, and it will help get rid of the trees that have fallen and are potential fuel for fires in the future that will not be used for the soil because it won't be done through the biochar method. Rain catchment systems should be encouraged. There's a lot of information about that. It's something that is very, very simply done. There's a lot of information about it in Southern Humboldt, probably other areas too. Small farms should have, there was a lot of input for using small farms. That would be for food and mixed use. At the Mateel meeting when Senator McGuire was there were some presentations that were done by using food and cannabis so that you're getting the best for your buck as far as water and soil. The flood elevation certificate needs to be redone for FEMO. It's incorrect. It has shifted a lot. The drought has caused a lot of deeper penetration into the streams and into the Eel River. And so if you do a new flood elevation, it will solve all kinds of problems about housing, about developing food, about the mixed farmers and the food. It just makes perfect sense. And we haven't had a new flood elevation with FEMA for a long time. The elevations changed. We need a new qualification for that. The hills are draining water down into the floodplain. If the floodplain can't be used for anything, including living or growing anything, then you're not using the water effectively that's draining down from the hills that have whatever kind of farms they are, doesn't really matter at this point. The issue is that the water is being diverted, is being used into farms in the hills, which was not what was intended originally when there was the meeting at the Mateel, but nevertheless, that is what's happening in the hills and the water flows down. Make sure you're using the floodplain for production of whatever we need. The aquifers have changed. When soil dries, it dries up aquifers and then they find another source, another direction. So the aquifers have changed. I have on 2 properties of mine very clear information about that and proof of that. The creeks are dry. Why are the creeks dry? Where's the water? What's happening with it? Are you researching all the creeks? Because it's important. Rainforest needs thinning.
Thanks, Dottie. All right, we're going back to the board. I know Supervisor Bushnell has her hand up. I do want to remind us, I do believe we have a motion on the floor. We also, my understanding is we're not expected to flesh out the what we actually want that coordinator position to look like. And we do have a time set that we're already running up against. So I just wanted to kind of set a few things there so we can hopefully move forward expeditiously. Supervisor Bushnell, then Wilson.
Thank you. I have just 2 questions. First is there was a lot of references to bladder use, so I'd like Director Ford to address that. The second question I have is when I was a young girl growing up, when we had a lot of trees that came down, it seemed like it was saturation of the ground, heavy snow load. And so I would like a little bit of clarification from Yana, if I could, on maybe what happened this last winter, because there seems to be a lot of, lots of opinions out there. So those are my 2 questions that I'm curious about.
Board.
Thank you, Chair. And with your permission, there's a couple other things I'd like to respond to that were done during public comment.
Okay.
Relative to bladders were initially something that were commonly utilized. It's been identified that there's 2 concerns with bladders. One is that they tend to move and roll if not secured properly and not placed upon slopes where they're oriented into the hill. And secondly is they tend to rupture, and that can cause more environmental damage because of the amount of water that's running out of them. So from a regulatory perspective, 2.0 doesn't allow the use of bladders. We've stopped approving permits with bladders probably 4 years ago. The upside to a bladder is that they are cheap, and if used for a short period of time, may be helpful. I did want to identify that it does seem like there's a lot of focus on cannabis, even by the Drought Task Force, and that's not that we want to focus on cannabis. what it is that we're trying to do is communicate with the public so everybody knows what's going on and what decisions are being recommended and what's being done. And so from the Drought Task Force perspective, this isn't about singling cannabis out. It's really about making sure that we clearly communicate the issues that go along with the regulatory scheme that is in place. And with respect to the permitting requirements to study wells on a case-by-case basis, we are in a place where we need to know what is the impact of using a well. There's been a lot of discussion today about wells going dry. And sometimes wells go dry just because there's not a sustainable supply of water at that particular location. And so that becomes part of the question. The other significant question is whether or not the wells are hydrologically connected to surface water. And there's been a lot of struggle with members of the public, other governmental agencies, questioning whether or not adequate investigation had been done to demonstrate that the wells are not connected to surface water. And so really it's a prudent approach to make sure that we're not approving things without adequate information. And so while it does seem regretful that we have to collect this information on a case-by-case basis, it's also becoming more and more apparent that we may not ever be in a place to be able to approve wells on a case-by-case basis without a significant amount of study. And that's something we've been trying to avoid. But what we're finding due to the variability and diversity of the geology within Humboldt County, it may not be possible to develop a set of regulations where one size fits all. And do understand the deadlines for farmers. One of the most clear messages that I want to send out to the farmers is we're not going to pull the rug out from under anybody. We did set a deadline of June that corresponds to a state deadline for the end of provisional licensing. And what we really want to do is have everybody in a position to get their permanent permit. We do recognize the well concern and their well requirements right now are a holdup for people. As long as people are working towards getting that permit done, we're not going to allow the interim permit to expire. We're not going to leave people hanging out there. Incentivizing rainwater catchment. Rainwater catchment is the preferred the water source for cultivators, and it has been becoming more and more prevalent, as was referenced by Ross Gordon, that rainwater catchment is becoming more significant, and there is discussions about how to incentivize that. And I hope it's clear that the county is trying to incentivize it by really focusing the money from the state on being able to fund that. And I just wanted to respond to one other thing, is that the FIRM maps, the flood insurance rate maps that FEMA implements to show the water surface elevation during a flood, those were updated in 2017. They are very, very recent. So I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. Supervisor Wilson and then Madrone.
Can I have Yana answer my question, please?
Sure, you ended up on the other page. Sorry about that. Yes, Yana, please.
No problem. Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, through the chair. It's a great question, and I just really want to acknowledge that we tend to get, I think, a little obsessed in putting labels on what causes what event. And it's a complex set of issues when you have tree failure. I spend a lot of time as your county's forester doing lots of tree health evaluations all over the county and all throughout the state. And collectively with my other colleagues that work in this space, we attribute the majority of the tree failure related to just the intensity of wet snow that came down in a rather concentrated period that, loosened by, moist soils, as you referenced, Michelle, that, created that failure point. I think the label is really less important in this space, and it's more how do we figure out how to help people that are being impacted by these damaging events. And I just want to say that at some point we could come back and have a broader conversation about what the state strategy is through the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force to try and free up more funds to be able to be more responsive to these acute challenges, and how we think about infrastructure as being a really critical part, through that air curtain burner, for example, and other elements that make it possible for us in local government to provide an assistance role. And with that, I think a lot of people want to find the fault and the damage agent. And as a team, we work hard to try and, keep a careful eye out for invasive introductions of pests or diseases or other things that would create an attributable point. But at this point, we think this is mostly related to just the mechanical failure of those heavy snows. And perhaps Kathleen can, think about, or I don't know if you can relate to where we had some of the greatest depths of snow causing the greatest amounts of damage in that space. So thank you for the question.
Okay, so I'll go back, excuse me. Supervisor Wilson, then Madrone.
Well, first, I just wanted to make sure that staff, if they have any other responses for the public comment, make sure that that gets addressed and they'll jump in.
I didn't see any of their hands up, but.
All right. A couple of things. It looks like the motion on the table is to move forward with the resiliency coordinator. I'm supportive of that, and I'm okay with the direction staff is taking with that in the current context. And I just to check in with the motion maker was also maintaining the this committee moving forward. Is that also in the motion? I don't remember if that was the case.
Nikki, did you want to read, or do you have anything you want to?
I understood the motion to be approving staff recommendations as they're submitted. I don't see that part in the staff recommendations.
I do see Supervisor Wilson's, Madrone's hand up. Supervisor Madrone, did you want to answer for Supervisor Wilson?
Yes, what was stated by Director Derby was that we have the 30-day extension right now, and that we would revisit it in 30 days to extend the drought declaration. But so it doesn't need to be part of any motion here today. That was what I heard. And so I've simply kept my motion to what the staff recommendation is, and that is to basically come back to us, to direct staff to come back to us with a more detailed presentation on this position and what it might involve.
Okay, because in the staff report, it is asking for some direction with maintaining the current local emergency proclamation or modify it. So I'm assuming that maybe your motion is to maintain it as opposed to modify it.
Well, again, my motion doesn't include that because, as Director Derby said, we already have a 30-day extension on the drought declaration, and that will come back to this board next month for consideration of modifying or extending or whatever. So that's not included in the recommendation in the staff report. So all I've done is basically bring forward the recommendation that is in the staff report.
Okay, I guess then, is that how staff views this? I just want to make sure, because
I see Director Ford is nodding his head. Anybody else on staff have a head nod or differently?
So
I don't see anyone.
To provide just some clarification, the resolution that was passed on February 1st continues our drought proclamation countywide for a period of 30 days. So keeping with that timeline, we'll be back on the agenda for March 1st to either renew or rescind or modify, whatever the board's pleasure is, that proclamation. And then later in March, we'll be providing an update on the resiliency coordinator position.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for the clarification on that. And so continue my second. And also, I think the modification to remove the specific language around the grant expertise, I think is fine too. I think we need to give staff the leeway here in this moment to come back with something
that's more in depth. I want to say that I would really appreciate what we received in terms of information today with relationship to drought maps and those sorts of things. I mean, they're definitely very regional but we are seeing, and as Director Ford has mentioned, in individual watersheds, some variability with relationship to the impacts. And some of our watersheds, sub watersheds, are really getting hit pretty hard. And while we may not have specific people reporting these, I got an email the other day from hydrologist Randy Klein, who monitors Jacoby Creek. And he says, by now, in the midst of our midwinter drought, like we've never seen before, we appear to be headed to the worst drought in many years. And he's just basically referring to Jacoby Creek, right, in this moment, right? And the hydrographs, and again, it's not just rainfall, but hydrographs that are being monitored. He says, my friend in the water systems business tells me he's getting calls from clients that already have wells running dry. So we are having wells running dry now. I mean, people are reporting them to their well drillers, and I appreciate, and so I do think we do need to have some sort of policy with relationship to how we manage multiple wells on properties, at least for the minimally to get good data, because we're, just hiding that data is not going to be beneficial to us in the future, and we're just poking more and more holes deeper into these aquifers, and they are going to have impacts down gradient. And as John had mentioned, and we've said here multiple times, the number of wells is one factor, but where the wells are really matters in these situations. Whether a well is high up in the watershed or whether it's down low in the watershed has different kinds of impacts with relationship to what we see in those streams and the impacts to the fish and the other species that are in there. So I think it's important that we figure out a way to really start collecting good data. And I think one of the ways to do that is if we see multiple wells being drilled on a single property. And I understand what Supervisor Bushnell is saying, for these larger ranch situations, you got cows in different locations, you need to water them, that's one thing. But we can see, and we ask the questions that we need to get the good data, then we should be doing that. A question I have for John is, we went through the general plan update and we did the environmental impact report. And when we did that, we, again, I'll bring it up again, principally permitted residential development on all our ag and timber lands. Did we do an analysis from a water perspective, from that we're basically giving rights to draw water? And again, we're getting some large residential developments, some as big as almost 10,000 square feet with swimming pools and these sorts of things, and they're on ridge tops, so they're in the most impactful places that we could possibly have them. These developments are not supposed to have impacts to our ag and timber and wildlife resources. And are we having any kind of analysis when we're seeing these new residential developments being proposed?
To the chair.
Yes, please.
There are some protections in place within the general plan. When new residences are placed upon agricultural development, there are restrictions about placing that on prime agricultural soils. So there is a balance there that is evaluated. The loss of prime farmland is something that's evaluated in those circumstances.
And I'm referring specifically to water resources.
Yeah.
So like if you're pulling from, you're proposing a new development in an impacted watershed, is there any kind of analysis or anything done with relationship to permitting for residential use within these resource lands?
That is, in all honesty, something that needs further analysis.
And I see Mario's hand up. He may have an answer for you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for that. There is, Humboldt County Code requires a
dry weather pump test for single family dwellings and evaluation by the health officer and the chief building official for adequate water supplies for single family dwellings. And for most subdivisions, our evaluation, we use the subdivision process as the proxy for that evaluation. So when a referral is received by environmental health, that adequate water supply is usually satisfied, but on larger parcels, I think it does need to be done at the building phase. And so we have been looking at that, and every additional dwelling that is proposed needs to satisfy that requirement, and adequate water during the dry weather test period.
I appreciate that. And I mean, that's for the residents, but it doesn't address offsite impacts. And that's the part we're starting to see, because I hear the cannabis industry's concern about highlighting just one element of where water is being used in these impacted watersheds. And I think we should be thinking about it in a broader perspective. Although we'll have to keep going back. I mean, just look at the docket. I mean, the slew of permits coming through for this one particular use is why just the volume of permits coming through is why the focus is on the volume there. Although I have to say, individual residential wells are not coming through the docket because they aren't required to come through the docket, and we're not necessarily analyzing that. So we don't know, right, what that is. And so in aggregate, we're not clear about what those impacts are, and we're not comparing them apples to apples. And so I think it's something that I think we need to really think about in that. So just moving past that, with relationship to water storage grants that was being talked about, I think that's again, we were hoping that most of that would come from Measure S, I assume. I don't know where else necessarily that was going to come from. And so, by reducing what we're bringing in with relationship to that granting program, it's definitely going to have an impact on what our ability is to sort of put out, at least as a county. I mean, maybe we can help facilitate state funding or federal funds associated with that, but within our coffers, that's going to be pretty tough to do. On the coordinator end of this, I think it is important that we start down this track. I do believe, and I heard staff say they're unsure about whether it's a position that's programmatic or policy. I'm gonna have to say both. We really need from it's this resiliency coordination, it's resiliency / sustainability. This is our climate adaptation position. If it starts in OES, that's great. I think OES has a great connectivity with the Office of Planning and Research with the state, which is driving a lot of these policies. And I think it would be good if we're keyed into that. So we have land use policy, we have renewable energy policy, we have transportation policy, and then we have just at the county level, and I think Supervisor Bohn has spoken to this before, just even, as an institution, we need to catch up on our ability to be more sustainable, to provide energy efficiency within our own organization, which electrification, which ultimately leads to our sustainability and our resilience in all that. So I think we're going to have to do both, and I'm looking forward to what you guys bring back. So that's me in support of the motion. I think you've heard my comments, and I'm ready to move forward. Thanks.
All right, and I thank you for saying you're ready to move forward, because I was going to suggest if we can't move on this shortly, we need to come back to it later today, because we do have another time set that is getting quite delayed that's also waiting to be covered. So Supervisor Madrone, additional to add? Or
Yes, and I'll be very brief, 2 minutes or less, because I recognize we do have a time certain and we need to move forward. So very quickly, I wanted to say how much I appreciated the public comment. There was a lot of great input there. And I agree, water storage and use should not just be about cannabis. We all use water, and that's a very important thing to recognize. We're all going to be collecting water, rainwater, if not tomorrow, next year. So I just wanted to say that. Second, we spent a lot of time at the county on the ad hoc with Supervisor Bushnell, myself, and Director Ford, meeting with the Department of Cannabis Control and McGuire and Wood staff, and really encouraging them to not only bring fallowing forward at the state level, but also to amend the state tax code on rainwater storage to expand it so that ponds and other types of rainwater storage are also included in those property tax incentives that already exist. So we've met with the state. We're encouraging them to bring forth some changes at the state level on that. As far as the county, I want to really encourage us to bring forward this $13 million grant program sooner than later so that we can timely have it in place for this summer's construction season. And I want to also say, as I've said at many meetings recently, that we can use the North Coast Resource Partnerships approach to matching funds for this particular program, in that they allow for a grant applicant to go back 3 or 4 years and pick up previous expenditures to use as match money. And I think that would be very appropriate. Any money spent since 2016 on water storage should be used eligible for a match to this $13 million grant program, because frankly, these folks don't have any other money to leverage this program. And we want to make sure these funds get out on the ground, helping increase storage. So we've got a great example of how to do that in the North Coast Resource Partnership. And hopefully that was just about 2 minutes. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Perfectly on time, I'm supposed to say. So are there any other discussions, or are we able to move forward with the roll call vote? All right, Nikki, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Great, thank you guys. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Does anyone need a 5-minute break before we resume, or can we just go and move on to the other time set?
I think we should move forward to respect their time.
I just want to see if anyone has to leave their room quickly and come back. So, all right, yeah, obviously today the time frame went way different than expected. You should know that by now. So yes, this time set comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's an appeal of the Planning Commission decision regarding Humboldt's own LLC. We've been attempted to hear this one a few times, and we are back again because a little more information is needed. So at this point, I would like to open up this public hearing. And is there any supervisor who wishes to mention any ex parte communication they may have had regarding this item? Supervisor Bushnell?
I don't know if I didn't have any communication, but I had an email from, I believe it's David. Is that Director Ford? Is that who that is? And I think it was more than me just on that thread. So.
Okay, so we all received it then.
I think y'all were on it, so. Okay.
All right, but thank you for bringing that up. All right, so then with that, we'll just go to the staff report and Dr. Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good morning. John Ford and Cliff Johnson with the Planning and Building Department to present Humboldt's own. Just very briefly, this is a request for, it's an actually appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve 64,800 square feet of commercial cannabis cultivation. And the appeal, the nature of the appeal was on the requirement for additional water storage. The irrigation source of the property is a well. And at the last public hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors, the question was raised about whether or not the well was actually pulling water out of the underflow of the Madrone. The geologist wasn't available to answer that question. We did get a letter from the geologist explaining that he does not believe that it pulls from the underflow of the Madrone. And so we are back in front of you with the recommendation to basically approve the appeal and approve the permit. We can give a more detailed presentation if you would like, but that's what brought us here this morning.
All right, thank you. Okay, supervisors, I mean, I know we've seen this before. Any supervisors wish to see the presentation again before we get to the heart of the conversation? Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if it means anything to do it. I did call Mr. Lindbergh, Dave, and ask some clarifications on his letter was all. I do that all the time, so I didn't know if we tell everything or. Well, and Mr. Lindbergh, and I have no financial involvement or anything else with this grow either.
Well, I was gonna say, because we do see Mr. Lindbergh on the call. Well, I see him twice, so he's here. Is there an interest from the board members to hear Mr. Lindbergh with his comments? I mean, he's with us today, so it seems like it'd be fair to ask him to speak. Anyone have an issue with that? No? Good. All right, I gotta call him Supervisor Lindbergh. Sorry about that. Yes, Supervisor Bohn?
No, I think the big problem is we extended the last meeting so long and he waited and had to leave.
Right.
And so I think he would probably like his day.
Right. That's why
so.
Chair Bass, do you see my hand up?
I do not. There's two, actually, you guys take up two pages now, so let me go back. Okay, yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
We guys, so I asked at the last meeting to have him present so that we could ask questions because Supervisor Madrone had raised some questions. So I think I would like to have him answer those questions. Okay. And maybe Director Ford can kind of do a synopsis for us really quick, if that would be okay.
Fine with me.
Sure.
Yes.
So at the last hearing, the comment was made that the well went down through several geological layers. And the geological layer at the bottom of the well was basically penetrating in a location, the depth that would be equivalent to where the underflow of the river is. And so there was not information within the geologic report that had been submitted to that date to address that specific question about whether this particular well penetrates into the underflow of the Matole. And the question was raised whether or not it does. And so the supplemental letter from the geologist identifies that it does go down through several geologic layers. One of them is the Franciscan Formation, which is a low permeability formation, and it pulls water from underneath that. And the geologist does not believe that it's hydrologically connected to the underflow of the Matole. Beyond that, I should really allow the geologist to answer any questions relative to that and explain that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Lindbergh, like to join us today? Or are you on video or? Let's see.
Can you hear me? I believe I'm on audio.
Okay, yes, we can. We hear you, and we can see your face. Good morning. Good morning.
It is still morning.
Barely. Did you want to just respond to questions first, or did you want to give an overview of the letter that you had sent to us?
I provided a report in October, and I provided additional clarifying materials in the 2 week.
Dave, Mr. Lindbergh, you disappeared. It's gonna be one of those days of technical difficulties. Nikki, any thoughts here? Dave, can you hear us? Because we can't hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. And then Michelle does have her hand up. After you give your background, we'll go to Supervisor Bushnell first with her questions.
I just would like for David to state his
credentials,
please. Yes.
All right.
I have a degree in geology from Humboldt State. I have decades of experience working in the county as a consulting geologist. I studied at Humboldt State in the later 80s in the master's program. I've attained the license of professional geologist by having experience and testing with the state. I have additional experience which allowed me to test and be qualified as a certified engineering geologist in the state of California. So I have years of experience, I have education and certifications by the state.
All right. So if you want to continue with what you were saying before we requested that information.
I don't know where you lost me, but I said I have my report from October, and I provided additional clarification and information to Director Ford in the past week or so since your February 1st meeting. And I think you probably all have that. And so I'll just take questions, I suppose.
All right, thank you. Well, we will go to Supervisor Bushnell first because I know she had some.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just wanted his credentials, and then secondly, it is in the report you sent us. It is your professional opinion that you do not think this well is hydraulically connected. Is that a true statement?
Yes, I do not think, in my professional opinion, that this well is hydrologically connected to the Matole River 3,200 feet away.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all my questions.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Bohn. You might want to take your mute off.
David, Mr. Lindberg, I know you in both capacities. How many wells have you been involved in your career? Is this, I mean, that's a big part of it. I understand on the being a certified hydrogeologist. How many wells have you overseen personally?
I couldn't give you a total, but it's, oh boy, I did 5 years in the oil field with very big, deep wells, but that's a little different than these groundwater wells. But since consulting in the county for the past 30 years, we've done a lot of groundwater monitoring wells in all sorts of situations around the county. I've observed drilling of other wells for geotechnical investigations. So I think dozens would be an accurate estimate.
I just wondering. Thank you.
You bet. You're welcome.
All right. Supervisor Bohn, was that the end of your question? Your hand was still up.
Yeah, I think staff's done a great job on this one.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lindberg. You mentioned that you studied in the master's program at HSU. Was that the Watershed Management Wildland Hydrology master's program?
No, I believe it was the environmental sciences.
Oh, okay. Okay. And you got your master's? You said you studied.
It was in applied geology, and I completed all the coursework by Kappa Phi, and then life took over, and I became a father, and I never did complete that master's thesis.
Oh God, I know. Brutal. I think I had 45 copies that I had to go through to get mine published. But anyway, good on you for getting that background and focusing on family. Director Ford, could you please share screen the cross-sectional graph that I sent you? I sent it to you this morning by email as an attachment. While we're waiting for Director Ford to pull that up, Mr. Lindberg, in your letter of February 9th, you've got a statement in there that says, it's in the first paragraph, and it says, note the water surface of the river is approximately equivalent to the depth of the well. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Lindberg.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, Director Ford, are you able to find that attachment?
I'm not finding an email that you sent to me.
That's interesting. I've got it right here. Let me just send it right away again. Apologize for the delay, but I did send that out, and here is the attachment. And let's see, there we go, the Goforth well. Okay, it's on its way to you right now with no subject, just the attachment. Let's see how quick electronics work here. Did you receive that?
Not yet.
Not yet? Oh, darn. Well, if I knew how to share a screen, I'd put it right up there, but hopefully you get it here in the next few seconds. Because it would be really helpful to have this visual.
Supervisor Madrone, share screens just at the bottom of your Zoom there. There's a button.
Yeah.
I think Tracy's coming back to assist.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I can see something there.
Okay, so hang on, let's see.
Is this the attachment that you're referring to?
There it is. You got it, John. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, so what this is a cross-sectional drawing of the well using Mr. Lindberg's information. The well cap is at 200 feet above sea level. That's in the report. The first, what would it be, from 200 feet down to 140 feet, approximately down to 58 feet was alluvial terrace deposits, QAL, and blue rounded gravel. And then below the 140 foot sea level mark, which is 60 feet deep into the well, the next layer is low transmissivity shale. And then down at 58 feet above sea level is this water bearing layer. And the well from that point up was cased. And I think that was an excellent move, an excellent recommendation to protect those adjacent wells and groundwater in the East Mill Creek area. But basically from 58 feet above sea level in the yellow there in the bottom of my graph down to the bottom of the well, which is at approximately 40 feet above sea level, because the top of the well's at 200 feet above sea level. The well is 160 feet deep. So that puts the bottom of the well at 40 feet above sea level. And it's that last 20 feet of this well that has the fractured sandstone or a water-bearing layer that is described as a deep aquifer under artesian pressure. And interestingly, using all of the information from Mr. Lindberg's report, as well as the topo map in that report, the river elevation due south of the well is at 60 feet. So this well, based on Mr. Lindberg's own information, is drilled basically 20 feet deeper than the surface elevation of the river. So I'm confused when you make a statement in your report that the bottom of the well is approximately equal with the surface elevation of the river, and yet your own information says that it goes 20 feet deeper than the elevation of the river. And it's that bottom 20 feet of the well that is the water-bearing layer. That water-bearing layer is equal to the first 20-foot depth of the river. They are the same. So I find it very difficult to understand how, number one, you could make a false statement that the bottom of the well is approximately equal to the elevation of the river, which it is not. It is 20 feet deeper than the elevation of the river, and it's that bottom 20 feet that is the water-bearing layer. So I don't see any evidence in this report that can substantiate that this bottom 20 feet of this well is not tapping into the aquifer of the river. I realize it's 3,000 feet away, but these aquifers can be extremely expansive, as we've seen in all of our books that we studied when we went to school. The water in the river doesn't just end at the banks of the river. It's an aquifer, it's underground, and the water table can expand outwards thousands of feet from what we see on the surface, depending on the geology and depending on a lot of other factors. So there's nothing in this report that can substantiate that this bottom 20 feet of the well is not pulling water from the aquifer of the river. And again, I'm using your own information, Mr. Lindberg. So you stated that the bottom of the well is equal to the river elevation, and it simply is not. It's 20 feet deeper.
And before I hear from him, can you stop sharing, please? Because I'd like to have you guys on the big screen so I can see.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
And I guess my question for Supervisor Madrone is, did you reach out to Mr. Lindberg about this and speak with him prior to this, which I think would have been helpful, because it feels like we got a game of gotcha going here, and it bothers me. But,
well, it's not got you going, and it's not got you going, and frankly, I take ex parte seriously. And while we are allowed to do it, I have a principle of not talking to applicants or their consultants when an issue is coming before us, because I want to have an unbiased opinion when I make a decision at this board. And so, no, I didn't reach out, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's really the appropriate way to behave in these situations. And Mr. Lindberg has every opportunity here today to respond to this, and he had an opportunity with the letter that he submitted, and his letter simply has false information in it. So I don't see how we can approve something like this when the information is false. It's clearly false, and there's no information to suggest that it's not pulling from the aquifer of the river. Nothing to substantiate that.
All right, well, I'm happy that you have an open mind about this, so that's really good to hear. But I know Supervisor Bohn has a question, and we should give Mr. Lindberg an opportunity to respond, I think, because there were some accusations made. So Mr. Lindberg,
Madam Chair, they're not accusations. I presented factual. I don't appreciate you couching my input as accusations. I presented information that is based on factual information presented by Mr. Lindberg. They're not accusations, please.
All right, just say some information that was different than what he shared with us. So let's see if we can get clarification from him. Mr. Lindberg, did you want to respond on any of that?
I wouldn't know where to begin. Where do we come up with the elevation of the river from the topo map? To me, it looks like immediately south of the well, the elevation of the river is around 80 feet above sea level. But that takes some interpretation. It could be 60 feet above sea level. The river flows in a gravel channel here, and the underflow of the river is in the gravel of the channel, which is eroded into the Franciscan bedrock. And 3,000 feet north of this, north of this, we're tapping water from a fractured sandstone, which is not in any obvious way hydrologically connected to the river. So I don't really know what else to say about it, except that the water table elevation at the well is about 30 feet below sea level. Or, excuse me. My phone is talking here in the background.
Hey, David, it's Matt Nyberg. I was just calling to make sure that
Wish you could be here actually with us on Zoom. It'd be easier so we could see you and hopefully.
Wouldn't it be nice? Where was I? The water table at the well is about 25 or 30 feet. You pump the well for 4 hours and it draws down, takes out 4,800 gallons, I believe. And it's hard for me to visualize any way that the drawdown of the well expands the cone of depression from which it draws 3,200 feet away to the river. Just seems like quite a stretch of the imagination.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, well, my question didn't get answered. Now, I appreciate, Mr. Lindberg, that using the topo map, one could interpret the elevation of the surface of the river as somewhere between 80 feet above sea level or 60 feet above sea level is what you said. And I agree with that. If you use the 80-foot elevation, then this 160-foot deep well is drilled 40 feet below the surface of the river elevation. I was being conservative and I used 60 foot of elevation for the river. I was spending quite a bit of time trying to interpret the topo map and the contours. So even if you're conservatively using 60 feet as the elevation above sea level of the river surface, this well being drilled 160 feet deep from 200 foot of cap elevation above sea level would put this well 20 foot below the river elevation. So the well is either drilled 20 feet below the river elevation or 40 feet below the river elevation. So I'll ask you again, you made a statement in your letter that the bottom of the well was approximately equal with the elevation of the river. That's simply not supported by any facts. The facts suggest that the well is drilled 20 to 40 feet below the surface of the river, not equal to it. And you didn't answer that question.
Said it was approximately equivalent to.
Yes, but it's not. It's 20 to 40 feet deeper then. That's not approximately equivalent to.
We have a difference of opinion, I guess, on what approximately equivalent means at this scale.
Bushnell also has her hands up. Supervisor Madrone, let me know when you're okay letting her. Okay, Supervisor Michelle, did you have a question? Bushnell or Michelle?
Yes, thank you. So we we're here on an appeal based on that the applicant on a 1.0, I'm asking John, 1.0 application doesn't want or doesn't feel they need to do the rain forbearance storage, correct or not?
That's correct.
And we have a professional opinion that they paid for, which we've been requiring of our applicants, that says that the well is not connected. And he has stated that today. Is that correct, David? Mr. Lindberg, sorry, I used first names. Bad habit.
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell, that is correct.
Okay. And we have Supervisor Madrone doesn't agree with you as he stated. So that's, he can state that. But Director Ford, the due diligence on the applicant has been done with what we've requested of wells. Is that a true statement or not?
If you accept the report, yes.
Well, I'm not a professional, so I choose to accept the report. I don't have, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could ask Mr. Lindberg a couple questions, maybe
Sure.
some clarity would come out of that.
Sure.
Mr. Lindberg, when we talked, before you wrote the letter, we talked about the different geologic formations that existed on the site. And you had explained the nature of the QAL, the nature of the Franciscan Formation, the nature of the fact that water does, and if I get this incorrect, please explain it correctly, but the nature of the fact that the water, that the underflow that ultimately drains into the river goes along the top of the Franciscan, because the Franciscan layer has low permeability, and that this well does not pull from any of those sources. It actually goes below the Franciscan. And you had mentioned earlier that you believe the gravel bed that the underflow is in is eroded into the, I'm assuming, the top of the Franciscan. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but basically the Franciscan forms a low permeability separation of approximately 60 feet thick between where the Mattole underflow would be and the fractured sandstone that this water is being pulled from. if you could explain that, I think that's the nature of it. It may not be as important, the depth of the well, as the nature of the geology that exists on the site and whether or not the Franciscan Formation forms a aquitard that prevents the exchange of water between where the well is and the underflow of the Mattole.
Yes, it's my opinion that the 84 feet of shale below the QAL and ending at the fractured sandstone, which is probably also part of the Franciscan Formation, does consist of an aquitard that separates the shallow surface aquifer from a deeper isolated aquifer.
And so the well is pulling from a deeper isolated aquifer that is separated by 80 feet of basically low permeability geologic formation or the Franciscan Formation.
Yes, low permeability shale is what I said in my report.
Okay. I'd just like to say, Chair, that is the basis of the Planning and Building Department's recommendation. We believe that there is a geologic separation between the water source that the well is pulling from and the underflow of the Mattole.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell does have her hand up still, and then Supervisor Madrone. Thank you, Director Ford.
Thank you through the chair. My question is either for Dr. Ford or Mr. Lindberg. If a well is deeper than the creek or whatever's running, I'm just using a hypothetical, deeper than the water source that's running by it, does that automatically mean that it would pull from there?
Not automatically, no. It would depend on the geologic materials involved.
Okay, so the depth, whether it's 40 feet below the Mattole or 60 feet below the Mattole, it sounds like you're a little bit off maybe on the depth of that, but that doesn't automatically mean that it would pull from that water source that's 3,000, how many feet away?
3,200 feet plus or minus.
Okay, so, and you came across wells that have been close to rivers or creeks like that and they haven't been connected when they're deeper than the surface of that creek?
Based on other factors that are involved, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, we have a lot of information about the geologic layers in this well casing. We have zero information about the geologic layers between the well and the river. Nothing is included in this report. So I agree that the surface aquifer in East Mill Creek does appear to be perched on top of the Franciscan Formation and separated from that deeper source down in the fractured sandstone. That's clear, and the well casing information and the geologic report provide us with that information. There is nothing included in this report or any evidence on this project that gives us any information about the geology between the well and the river. What we do know about the Franciscan Formation, and this is also in Mr. Lindberg's report, is that it's highly fractured and highly folded and disrupted and turned on top of itself and mixed up with rocks of different age classes and all kinds of things. So we simply do not have any evidence in front of us here today that tells us what's going on in the geology between the well and the river. But what we do have is the fact that the well is drilled either 20 feet or 40 feet below the elevation of the river. And I just looked up the definition of the word equivalent in Webster, and equivalent is basically equal to. And I'm sorry, but they're not equal. It's 20 to 40 foot of difference. That's a significant difference. And so I would suggest to you that if we try to move forward on this project and approving it without substantial evidence that we're not pulling from the river's aquifer, that is, a pattern and practice that we've had of approving wells when there's connectivity, or we don't know if there's connectivity, and then we approve them anyway. You know, I've told you, I mean, the salmon and steelhead on the Mattole River are in danger. They're threatened and endangered. The river goes low. These fish need this water. We as a board are supposed to look to the larger issues within our community and not just special interests. You know, and I understand that this gentleman might have to install storage because of the Planning Commission condition if we deny this appeal. But we were just talking about this major grant program of $13 million that he could apply for to help put in these water storage facilities. So I don't understand why we wouldn't want to err on the side of caution and protect these endangered fish and protect our fishing industry, you know, and other things, instead of just approving this one applicant's project with inaccurate with inaccurate statements about well elevations and river elevations. I don't see how we can do this. And frankly, I think moving ahead with approval provides a lot of fodder for somebody to sue. And that's the worst possible thing for this applicant, to end up with approval and then a lawsuit that then challenges it for months or years. I don't want to see that happen. I'd really rather see us stand behind our Planning Commission and their recommendation, which was only 50%, not 100% of storage, because that's the conservative thing to do here to protect these fish in this watershed and the larger community of our fishing industry, right? So anyway, I think I've said enough. I don't have anything more to say. We'll see where this thing goes.
All right, I do have Supervisor Bohn's hand up, and then we can certainly go to public comment.
And am I on here? Okay. Director Ford, I know when we have a well that's 2/3 of a mile away from the river and things like that, do we do test drilling to see what the geological layers are all the way across, so we have that information? I've never noticed that, and if we do, I apologize. I've been sleeping on the stick. Or is this just a one-shot deal where we're trying to go after this one?
Through the chair, we have never required test wells to be dug between a well and a river to determine what the geologic formations are. We've not done that yet. I think that the question that remains to be seen here, that is questioning, is that the Franciscan Formation, and this is really a question for Mr. Lindbergh to confirm. I'm not a certified geologist, but it's my understanding that the Franciscan Formation is a fairly large formation. And the information that has been presented to the board is that the gravels that constitute the underflow of the Mattole are above the Franciscan Formation. This well is taking water from below it. In order for this to be hydrologically connected, the Franciscan Formation would need to be ruptured. That's 84 feet of geologic formation that would need to be ruptured in order for it to be hydrologically connected.
I think that's a fair statement.
And I'm gonna take this back, and there is no evidence with the well testing you've done that this has been ruptured. And in the last 3.5 years, I think we've had 2 earthquakes over 6.0 out there. So it's had plenty of opportunity to be ruptured or disturbed. So, all right. Thank you for that clarification. And I apologize for, again, not being an expert on this.
All right, so we'll go to public comment. Oops. Supervisor Bushnell, did you want to ask your question before we go to public comment?
I do. Yes, please. Cliff, how much storage is being required?
So through the chair, the requirement from the Planning Commission was 166,000 gallons of water storage to be required. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, you're not, you're very low, but I can hear you. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll try. I did have a conversation with the applicant this morning. He clarified that he actually has, I believe, 75,000 gallons of water storage on the site. And I would be remiss in not mentioning that he is willing to provide additional water storage. He's just been seeking the funding sources for that. So I don't think he's opposed to it. He just, the basis of the appeal is that given the current lack of funding certainty, he doesn't want to have that requirement.
So I see the applicant on here. Jason, right? Is that the applicant? So Jason, can you unmute?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So you're not resistant to the storage. You just right now financially can't provide that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've looked into what like kind of grants and other things are available. The only thing that I've found is trellis, which I'm not, I don't qualify for. I know there's talk of like $13 million coming in, but I don't believe it's available currently, right? Unless I'm wrong.
I don't believe that it is available. Was there stipulation? Thank you, Jason. Cliff, was there stipulation at the Planning Commission on what did it have to happen right now? Could it be a year? Could it be when he gets approval for a grant application? Anything like that?
For Supervisor Bushnell, the requirement from the Planning Commission was imposed on what would basically be considered the new cultivation.
Correct.
So again, this was existing, pre-existing, and a bunch of new cultivation. And so it related to the new cultivation. There was not a requirement, I should say there was not a allowance for that to be developed over time. The Planning Commission's requirement was that it be in place before they cultivate that new cultivation on the site.
Okay. So first of all, I want to apologize for the hostility on this board. It made me super uncomfortable. I just have to say that. I understand everybody wants to make their point, but I was not very comfortable with it. Thank you to the presenter and to Supervisor Madrone for your opinions. I think that, I guess we're going to go to public comment, but John, is there a possibility that we could make a stipulation that he require rain catchment as the grants become available for his project?
Yes.
And so he could go forward as is right now, and as that $13 million opens up and he must apply for it, and if qualified, then we'd be able to put in his rain catchment. That's something we could do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I was trying to steer away the hostility. It wasn't working so well. Apologize for that. I am going to go to public comment now, and then we'll come back to Supervisor Madrone. We do have several in here, and I was trying to get to public comment. So 7429 will be our first public commenter, followed by 5288. And press *6 to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello, this is Roby Tenorio with Citizens for a Sustainable Humboldt. The appeal before you, that the conditions that the Planning Commission were requiring was to store, as you've been learning, half of the water for the new part of the increased farm size. It may be 1.0, but it is new cultivation. Previously, Citizens for a Sustainable Humboldt submitted an in-depth analysis by a hydrogeologist, Mr. Barry Hecht, who laid out a system to use to develop answers for hydroconnectivity. And this letter from Mr. Lumberg does not follow these standards and relies on the well log information, not on the ground determinations that would be required for a proper analysis of the geology. It only analyzes the geology of the well area. This is new cultivation, and staff is supporting the new cultivation using no water storage. You're giving very mixed messages if you support this appeal. The reason that you're having to spend time on this appeal today is because when the applicant was asking staff for clarity on how much storage he needed, because he was willing, staff encouraged him to appeal. So using words like aquitard and thinking that you understand the formation, you are not yet on the ground. And I think you need to revisit, and perhaps the supervisors could all look at the information we submitted from hydrogeologist Mr. Barry Hecht to learn how a proper analysis is done. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker is 5288. Let's press *6 to unmute.
Hello, Virginia. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ken. Welcome.
Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this. I would like to reiterate everything that Roby said. I'm not going to say anything hostile, but it did remind me a little bit of how the auditor controllers is treated in a hostile manner, also coming from Supervisor Bushnell, but and a few others. But anyway, the problem I see here is, and I appreciate that he's had a couple dozen wells he's done. It doesn't sound like anything else in this particular area. And I do value very highly, and maybe some people don't, Steve Madrone's expertise in this field and appreciate his taking his time to try and come up with some solutions. My biggest problem right now is you do have a qualified person on staff. And if your staff, and John Ford, could have gone to that person to ask him to review a peer review of what's been submitted by the applicant there. That wasn't done, and I think that's just about unforgivable on staff not to go to that resource and go to that level of expertise. That's why we have that person retained or being paid or something there. So that does bother me extremely that your expert was not participating in this process. Some of you put a lot of things on what the well drillers do. I guess the well driller is not participating in this one. And the circumstantial evidence, just by common sense, as far as the information presented, and even the testimony of Rex Bohn there, was that a normal person assumed there's a very good chance it is hydrologically connected. And of course, the testimony was we've had these big earthquakes out there, so the chance that this Franciscan has been ruptured and penetrated is very high because of the probability, way higher than other areas, I think. So I highly recommend you go with what the Planning Commission suggested there. But on the other hand, that you go ahead and you have Project Trellis money left over, a whole bunch of it there, and make an exception. He says he doesn't qualify. Go ahead and qualify him for it. You can do it right now. Assure him that you're going to qualify him for all that money that was left over we can't use for marketing. My understanding is because of some conflict of interest with the growers there. But anyway, the money's there. Go ahead and get the guy the money, let him have his thing, guarantee it to him now. But as far as the appeal goes, I would deny the appeal based upon the testimony brought before you. I can't see how you can make findings otherwise. That's just my lay opinion on this. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you. Excuse me, Kent. Now we go to 4028. Press *6 to unmute. 4028. Welcome.
Howdy, this is Steve Breitenstein, a consultant with many clients who are cannabis farmers here in Humboldt County. While I enjoyed hearing what Mr. Lindberg had to say in defense of his professional assessment and appreciate the value of healthy debate with Supervisor Madrone, the implications of this discussion extend well beyond the specific appeal to the conditions of approval on this particular farm. I have many clients who have been legally relying on permitted wells to irrigate their crops for years while awaiting a hearing for full entitlement, whose livelihoods are currently suspended in a sort of arrested development due to lack of clarity on the topic. The Planning Commission, the Planning and Building Department, and your constituents in the cannabis community require specific clarification on what exactly is expected of them in relation to water sourcing in order to be granted a permit in this county. Most of my clients are not hydrologists or engineering geologists, they're farmers. They rely on and pay substantial amounts of money to qualified professionals for assessments and have no choice but to trust their findings. In this case, it seems that the Planning Commission made a determination with disregard to either the qualified professional that the applicant was required to hire, or to Ordinance 2.0, or to both of them. On appeal, Supervisor Madrone offered a second assessment of the well, which contradicted the first. Should we take this to mean that the board would have been satisfied if the applicant had hired two professionals? Or should we require two contradictory assessments so that we can compare them? Or perhaps we could have people pay for three separate assessments to provide a tiebreaker. Obviously, none of these choices are particularly good, but frankly, the process of going to a planning commission, receiving conditions, appealing, and then taking up 2 meetings of the Board of Supervisors for every single project that has a well is also not a sustainable practice for the continuation of these permits. The panel should either set a clear precedent that the favorable determination of a certified professional is sufficient to permit the use of a groundwater well for irrigation without further conditions, or request that the preparation of standards applicable to all wells like this, which have favorable geological analyses in hand, be that 50% storage or 100% storage in 5 years, or requiring them to apply for available grants as they become available, or what have you. Doesn't matter what, as long as we have it very clear for everyone exactly what to anticipate in the future. That's the only way to avoid the repetition of this exercise for dozens and dozens of future projects. I alone have at least 10 different clients who are awaiting hearings on wells, and I have no idea what to tell them. Should we hire a geologist? Should we hire 2? Should we consult Supervisor Madrone? We're very unclear, and it's very difficult to find clarity to point us in the right direction.
Just reminding people it's a hard stop at 3 minutes, so went by fast. So we'll now go to 1041, and Bonnie, I think that's you. Press *6 to unmute. Right. 1041, there you go, welcome.
Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties there. Yeah, man, I was gonna say a lot of kind of like what the last guy just said, but he did such an amazing job. I mean, literally tip of my hat to him to just basically spelling it out of how confusing and crazy this is. My current job is selling fertilizer to cannabis growers throughout the Emerald Triangle, and Humboldt County is one of my territories. And the problem that I face is very similar to this other consultant, where I consult these farmers if they use my fertilizer. And, while their water storage isn't directly related to, my sales capacity with them, I consult them as a man who's stood foot on hundreds of farms in my sales capacity and, can have extra eyes on the scene. And the amount of people that I've run into who complain literally like parallel, and I'm so sorry I missed the last presenter's name, but parallel with everything that he said is, I would say, 99.9% of them. So it's like there's this huge problem out there. Clearly there's some opinions that are kind of like in opposition to what's happening, and that's some kind of weird factor for these people and your constituents, these farmers that are trying to get their water storage is approved. And so it's like you're creating all of these barriers of entry for these small farmers that have already the world stacked against them, as far as competition in the marketplace, other taxation that they have to capitulate with. And then you're adding insult to injury when you give them absolutely no clarification of how they can proceed to, successfully get the water storage that they're being required to get, or that they even want to get. The whole thing is just a complete shit show, and it needs to be cleaned up. And it's just reflective of other, problematic policy decisions that this board, the Department of Health and Human Services, and other parts of it have created as well. So it's part and parcel to a bunch of other failures, I guess. Thanks for the time to comment.
Thank you, Donnie. Next, we'll move on to 0151. That's Dottie. Press *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hi. So it seems to me we have an issue that has more to do with tax than anything else, because everybody that I've talked to that is trying to make a living selling, growing cannabis is saying they have to double their whatever it is, planting and cultivating, or I'm not a gardener, I don't know. Anyway, that they have to do twice as much in order to pay the taxes that they're doing. And if this guy has to expand his production because of the taxes, if you somehow get back on board with relieving some more of these taxes, state two, which you talked about earlier, then all these people don't have to grow twice as much and use twice as much water. So it seems to me that we really do need to protect it. Tasha McKee seems to me she's worked on all kinds of water catchment systems and gopher ponds or whatever they are, and or beaver dams. She's been working on this for years and years and years. So I'm her. I mean, she's been in that area and her family for a long, long time. So how about if you just conversation in a month and do some more recutting? Because if the issue is no more so that he can eat, then figure out the taxes. If the issue is that it's a problem, it's a mistake, then Tosh is really good at grants. So are some of the people on the board, and work it out. But you know, as a community, we need to work together. We need to figure out what's going on. We need not to deplete things. We need not to be in survival mode. So we'll do anything that we have to do just to survive. Not necessary. We have a very strong community, lots of knowledge, lots of opportunities. We can be in the forefront of leading this with having rain catchment, with having the things that we need, and not overproducing stuff that just drives down the market even more. So I'm not a cannabis farmer, grower, user, anything, but it seems to me from the outside looking at it from a financial standpoint, there are ways that we can work on this that will still be sustainable and still be taking into considerations everybody's thoughts. So just a thought that maybe we could be a community of working together. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Dottie. Now we'll go to 7108. I think that's Bonnie. Press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. This is Bonnie Blackberry. I just wanted for clarification. This project is being done under 1.0 or 2.0 because it's two different special permits, but with the 9,800 square feet of new, I imagine that all a 2.0 permit. And this is for 64,800 square feet with a nursery of almost 10,000 square feet. So this is pretty big expansion for that piece of property. The whole situation is that we're in is uncertainty. We're in a whole bunch of us believe a climate crisis, and this drought isn't going to be over in a few rainstorms. And the uncertainty makes it really hard to, tell people ahead of time what they're going to need. So I would think water storage would be a good thing to have, just in case things don't go better. And I think that the Planning Commission was right. They're responding to current conditions of this drought, which is really, really serious. And all the work that's been done on the Madrone to try to save the fish, and then these people are only being required to store half of their water. Let's think ahead beyond today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. And 0260.
Good afternoon, Thomas Mulder here. I just want to clarify, you can hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I probably would have submitted you some written comments on multiple agenda items, but unfortunately, Legistar did not work for me. So I just honestly tuned into this call once I finally figured out how to tune in. And I heard a supervisor talking about a professional report having false information. And that really, really concerned me. We, as lots of different things within this county, have professionals submit reports, and they are qualified, I believe. I believe the county has qualified individuals that can state the validity of those reports for being false or not false. I would be very, very concerned as if I was a professional that submitted a report and I heard someone claim I submitted false information. That could be potential litigation. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an attorney. What I see before you is you need to read the ordinance in front of you, or read the ordinance. If the ordinance does not justify the water storage, then you would double check what those findings are. If there's not findings that justify the storage, then I don't know how you can have the findings to support it. As far as geology within Humboldt County, from what I've experienced, is the Franciscan shale is the material you want to go and sink your well into, because you're not affecting other aquifers and not affecting streams and channels and stuff like that. That's from the information that's been told to me by professionals that do drill wells. And if there is enough in this report that shows that that well is sunk in the proper Franciscan formation, then I think that debuts the hydrologically connected. And honestly, if it was hydrologically connected, I don't think you could approve it at all, but maybe I'm wrong. And then we keep hearing about the drought. I don't disagree, we're in a drought, but there's language in the drought. As far as drought language, I think you guys, from what I saw, you had that on your agenda earlier today. I have no idea what took place. That's where you would be dealing with water storage, not in original approval. That's just my personal opinion. So there's a lot of things there, but read the ordinance, look at the findings, and look at the hydrology or not hydrology, the geology and the formation that the well is in. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. We'll go back. I wanted to go to Director Ford before Supervisor Madrone to see if staff has anything they wanted to comment to any of what the speakers may have said, and then I'll go to Supervisor Madrone.
I do. Thank you so very much, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate, and the last speaker actually was entirely correct. If this project, if this well is determined to be hydrologically connected to surface water, and I think I misspoke earlier, this is a 2.0 application, it cannot be approved with the use of the well. Storage doesn't help that. Cannot have hydrologically connected water for irrigation of cannabis. So, you know, whether the water was coming from the underflow of the Mattole or East Mill Creek was never a consideration in terms of the Planning Commission's action. I think, as one speaker made the point, it's a good idea to have water storage. I think everybody agrees with that. Whether or not that should be a requirement of this permit becomes the focus of the decision. So the first thing, given the fact that this has been raised, that needs to be decided, is that if it's hydrologically connected, there needs to be another water source. This can't be approved with the use of the well. From staff's review of the information submitted by the geologist has maintained this is not hydrologically connected. And so the well can be approved for use of cannabis cultivation. Then the question is whether or not, and another point that was brought up is that we have a hydrogeologist on staff. That is an absolutely incorrect statement. We have a hydrogeologist that's doing work for the county in terms of developing permitting requirements for wells. They are not under contract to perform peer reviews. That's an entirely different scope of work with an entirely different budget, with entirely different requirements. So I want to be clear on that. It's not that we didn't avail ourselves to the resources that we have. We did. We asked for the geologist of record to provide clarification, which he has done. The comment was made is that we're not following the guidelines that a member of the public provided for us to use in evaluating wells. As mentioned before, we are developing well permitting requirements. Once that's done, once the guidelines or requirements or ordinance is established, then those will be followed. But currently, those do not exist. And without direction from the board to pursue certain discrete steps, it's really not within, it would not be appropriate for staff to arbitrarily say these are the new guidelines to determine the adequacy of wells. So I think it's important for the board to consider that the information that's been brought up identifies that this is a 2.0 application. If it's hydrologically connected, the use of the well cannot be approved. If it's determined not to be hydrologically connected, if the well's pulling from an alternative source of water, it is well within the board's purview to say, we want you to pursue water. You can either deny the appeal or you could approve the appeal with a condition requiring that they, as was mentioned before, apply for the state grant funding, and if they receive that, to install storage. Be happy to answer any questions, but I think it's really important to understand that there is a definite line here relative to hydrologic connectivity.
All right, thank you. And I did want to say, I saw another hand up in the public, but we have already gone back to the board. So the public portion was ended, and so now we're with the board. Supervisor Madrone, Bushnell and Madrone is Madrone, but let's start Supervisor Madrone, then Bushnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear on a number of items, one of the commenters, Planning Commissioner Muldar, actually voted for this condition along with the rest of the commission. It was a unanimous vote to require this condition of water storage. So I just want to point that out. Of course, we all have the right to change our minds, down the line, and I recognize that. I also wanted to comment on I didn't make an accusation. I made no accusations. I was trying to speak to the facts. I've already provided my credentials. I am a subject matter expert in regards to this, not only in regards to hydrology and water, but in regards to the fisheries of the Mattole. And, calling it hostile or accusations, I find to be really disrespectful. You can call it passionate. I would accept that. I am very passionate about protecting our fisheries and our fishing industry and the Mattole River. Yes, very passionate, but I was not hostile. I did try to make my points very clear, and they weren't being answered. Nobody has still answered the fact that this well is drilled 20 to 40 feet below the elevation of the river. And it would seem to me that my other supervisors don't seem to think that's important, and they're willing to just write that off. And I find that to be really just amazing to me, and frankly, a violation of our code of conduct. It says we're supposed to look out for the greater community interest, not just for a special interest. And I think that's really what's going on here. And that's not meant to be an accusation or be hostile. I'm just making my statements. I've seen many of you be very passionate about things in your district, and I've never once accused you of being hostile or anything like that. So I find those kinds of comments to be very disrespectful, frankly speaking. And as far as water, and I understand the difficulty that applicants and these consultants have in terms of making recommendations to their clients about water storage, but let's just look at what's going on. Those applications that come forward to the Planning Commission with all of their water needs collected from rainwater in big pond storage systems are flying right through with approval with no additional conditions. So I guess if it were up to me and I was an applicant, rather than spending a fortune on consultants for reports that may or may not get me my approval, it'd certainly be a lot more definitive to spend that money on increasing rainwater water storage, because that's a guarantee. If you get your storage together, you're pretty much guaranteed to get your approvals, because that's one of the biggest reasons for denial or additional conditions placed on a project by the Planning Commission. So that would be my recommendation. Just put the money into water storage. I do think it's unfair that we place so much burden on this one industry, whereas all kinds of other agriculture and residential use don't have the same requirements. And that's why I've often spoken to creating a set of incentives and credits for all landowners, no matter what you're doing or growing, to collect rainwater. I think we need to be incentivizing that across the board. So anyway, I'm sorry I am so passionate sometimes about some of these things, and I understand that that gets misinterpreted, but I'm not trying to be hostile and I'm not making accusations. So at any rate, we'll see where this thing goes. I appreciate the lively discussion. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell, then Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair, Director Ford. This 2.0 application for cultivation with this well was approved through the Planning Commission. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that they wanted additional storage. So they accepted the report.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're not discussing that. They already approved that. The Planning Commission already approved that and said they accepted his report that it wasn't connected. And so they were requiring additional storage, that it isn't required in the ordinance.
True.
So thank you for that. I appreciate your passion, Steve. And I don't like that you say that your fellow supervisors are, I don't know what the word was. I try to uphold the ordinances. That's what I'm trying to do. Not a certain industry, not a certain anything. We have ordinances we've given people and they've followed it. They hired a geologist to prove their point through the Planning Commission, who approved it, accepted that report, said it wasn't connected. And I'm just trying to, as a supervisor on an appeal, uphold the ordinance and what the ordinance says. So I appreciate your statement and your passion. Thank you for clarifying that. And thanks for that answer, Director Ford.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Let's see here. Well, I mean, from my perspective, it seems like there is definitely some difference of opinion related to connectivity. And that's what I see as a difference of opinion. I do think that the Planning Commission came up with an option that sort of helped alleviate the stress related to that difference of opinion. And I can see it's complicated from a policy perspective. And it was interesting because I want to say that Supervisor Bushnell offered, doesn't offer, but put out an idea of maybe a transitional period to kind of move from one to the other. And I think that's reasonable. I would want a date on that, 1 year, 2 years, something to that effect, by which the requirement would then be done. And then I think that'd be something that we could reasonably do, because I do feel like there is some, I think there's a difference of opinion in there, and I think there's some validity to both those concepts, because you don't know quite what's underground. It is a guess, it is an estimation, that does matter. So I think, I do think that the attempt that the Planning Commission was making was reasonable. Whether or not we land on it today is a whole nother thing, but I don't think it was, I don't think they were going in a terrible direction. So that's my opinion.
Right. Supervisor Bushnell. Oh, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Supervisor Bohn can go first.
I'd like to just make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation number C approve the appeal submitted by Humboldt's Bohn LLC and add the caveat, or however you want to call it, that they will apply for all state and local grants available to provide water storage, and have it completed by no later than the 2024 growing season. That gives us an idea. They may not want to do this. Okay, that's my motion. And then I'm also going to throw in, we're only talking, if they wanted to do a pond, we're talking a very small pond, which I would much rather see a very small pond and deep. So it could be for fire, rain catchment pond, and then we wouldn't have all those plastic tanks out there. But maybe plastic tanks will work better. But that's my motion.
So I'll second that motion. I do want to say that given the clarification that Director Force said that the well and the validity of the well had already been accepted by the Planning Commission, I do. So Rex, are you saying if he gets approved, or just period, he has to apply for those grants or is open to, and then regardless has to have that storage in by 2024?
Well, I think on the condition of approval, and I thought it was already approved according to the Planning Commission, then they threw on, and I asked at the last meeting. Okay.
No, I meant your motion that he have the water storage in by the 2024 season. Is that on approval of his grant applications or just period?
No, on approval of his grant applications. So, and that is multiple because there are so many different availabilities out there, trellis and some other ones.
Okay, and he said he doesn't qualify for trellis. So are you going to say something if he doesn't get approved? What? Well,
contrary to that, we should just give him the money because it's a good idea and approve him, which is a wonderful idea. I think we could probably have Trellis look at his application with the applicant rather than deny and bring it into compliance in whichever way it can.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of people applying for those grants, so I just wanted to.
Understood, but I mean, that's under the condition. That's under the condition.
Yeah, I don't want to say, look at his special though. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I maybe want to put, well, first of all, I guess I maybe want to put something else in there that if he doesn't qualify or he doesn't get those grants, then what? Just goes away? Because I don't know about that.
I can throw in at the end upon, if it's okay with you, upon qualification of said funding.
But I don't think that deals with the issue if he doesn't qualify and doesn't get the grants, then what?
Director Ford, do you have any thoughts on how that could be phrased and where it could go from there?
I was taking off kind of what I was following Supervisor Wilson's lead on this.
To clarify, I was thinking that it would just be a requirement that would be delayed by 2 years with an effort to. Yeah.
So can I amend Rex and say 2025, and that gives him 2 years to get that storage in, just regardless if he gets qualified or not?
I will accept that on the fact that then that will give him extra time to comply with a grant. If he doesn't have a grant, then he has to come up with 50% of the storage, which is, what was the number? 240?
166,000 gallons.
He'll have to come up in even without grant funding, which is somebody do the math, 40 by 4 foot deep pond. But with evaporation, I think we'll have to have a lot more, but I think a swimming pool holds 80,000 or something. I don't know. Anyway.
So can someone clarify what we were just hearing for Supervisor? Motion.
Nikki, do you understand what I just said?
So what I understood you to say was that you're moving staff's recommendation C to approve the appeal and add that the applicant will apply for all state and local grants available to provide water storage and have it completed no later than the 2025 growing season.
And with the addition, regardless of the success of grants, he will have to meet that 50% requirement of 200,000 gallons. I'll put a number on there of 200,000 gallons.
Well, do we
Or
need to ask,
165, I'm sorry, because you might put tanks in, I'm sorry.
do we need to ask the applicant if he's amenable to that? No? Okay.
No, I mean, we certainly
I'm just
can.
asking for clarification.
No, I'm saying we certainly can. I'd like to think we're working with them, but
Well, sometimes we have to do things that maybe they're not going to be as amenable to.
Well, I mean, it's outside the ordinance is the thing. That's why I'm asking. It's once again.
Okay, so Director Ford, and then we do have Supervisors Wilson and Madrone with their hands up also, trying to chime in.
Yeah, could I just ask for a little bit of clarification? So fundamentally, what the motion does is that it imposes the Planning Commission's condition with a 3-year time extension. And then it may be worthwhile as a separate motion to indicate the board's desire to see the applicant apply for and receive grant funding to fund the water storage.
Can I say something to that?
Sure, Director Ford is trying to give his best estimate to what he thinks we're trying to get to.
Well, I don't want to put out there that I want him to receive the funding. I want him to apply just like everybody else.
Okay, that's fine. I was just offering that because obviously the net result is if he doesn't apply for the funding, he's got the requirement to install the water storage.
But that's on him. He has the same, yeah.
Yep.
I personally, I don't care, Rex can say different, but I personally think he needs to apply for everybody, like everybody else. Obviously, that's our priority, right?
I wasn't chaining that we were just throwing him into the mix. I was saying his pipe, but if you want to go to 2025, then he needs to have that storage in place, whether he gets the funding or not.
Yeah.
And so that puts the burden on him. If he doesn't want to go out and get the money for $200,000 worth of, or 165,000 gallons of storage, that's not on us, that's on him. And I think this is going to be acceptable to him. And I have had no conversations with him and I don't sell water tanks.
So for clarity, would it be easier to remove the reference to applying for grant funding because that's irrelevant?
Yeah, he can get it however he gets.
That's fine.
Yep. So we just give an extension on the time then, that's fine, yes.
Yeah.
With the knowledge, giving him the knowledge that those, that application process is gonna open up. John, can you clarify when you think that will open?
So I heard yesterday that the state is saying that it's forthcoming within 45 days.
Okay, okay, thank you for that.
And
checks in the mail.
And I'm taking this, I'm taking this with everybody's input on market conditions, fully aware that nobody's going to build the kitchen on the Titanic unless they can get the leak fixed. So I think we'll see where this goes.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
I think I see where this is going, and the clarification is good with me. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Oops, hold on. The County Council just came up. I'm going to go to him first. Yes, County Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this may, in a roundabout way, be a question for Director Ford. Director Ford, if this is going the way I think it is, are you asking that this come back with a resolution with findings for the requirement of the tanks, or is it going a different way?
No, I don't think it needs to come back. I think that what the resolution is written to allow the deferral of the tanks. This is let us go through the resolution. There's two ways to address this. One would be to bring the resolution back, which is the best way. Another would be direct staff to amend the resolution to remove any references to not requiring the tanks.
Thank you.
And just a point of clarification, mine is for that amount of storage. It isn't tank specific.
Understood.
Okay, I'm just saying, both of you said tanks, and those big green things are wonderful, but one of those ponds that birds can drink out of at the same time, and deer are wonderful too.
I would ask that if the board's going to adopt the motion that I think is on the table, that it be a resolution of intent to proceed with that, with the direction to bring back a final resolution on consent calendar at the March 1st meeting.
Okay, I see at least one head nodding. That worked out. Supervisor Madrone and then Bushnell.
I want to commend the board on this motion. I can live with this. I think it's a good compromise. I think it's been developed in the spirit of listening to each other, and I want to thank you for that. And I very much hope that this individual is able to get the grants to help him with this. But as Supervisor Bohn said, this is a small pond. It's not a big deal. And probably for the cost of the consultants, it could have already been built. But at any rate, I appreciate the board's efforts to try and find a reasonable effort to move forward and improve water storage. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor, I thought I saw another hand up. Maybe not. And I appreciate that. And I think passionate, I wanted to say, you know, I think that describes you very well, Supervisor Madrone. And I think where I was having the heartburn is sometimes we are very passionate. We come in and perhaps the way we speak about something makes it sound like we have totally had our mind made up. I mean, I think this is a great conversation because it looks like there is a way to work through that. But, and I think we all do it at one time or another. It just, it's unintentional because passion does bleed over into our conversations. I don't see any of their hands up. So do we need clarity on the motion? Nikki, would you like to let us know what you heard?
I could probably have it restated clearly. I have a pretty jumbled up motion.
The motion, as I think it is number C, approve the appeal submitted by Humboldt's own LLC and by cultivation season 2025. No.
26, right?
I heard 25.
I heard
25. 25.
Okay.
25 to have the required storage that has been requested by the Planning Commission in place. And nothing about funding, nothing, it's just storage. I think, does that sum it up, John? Just so it's easier, the less said, the better?
Yes, that's great.
Okay.
And are we including in that motion directing staff to bring back a final resolution to the March 1st Board of Supervisors meeting?
I think that comes in that, yeah, is that, John, is,
yes,
does that go on the motion or does that come after?
Make it part of the motion, that's fine.
Okay, and to bring it back to the staff on, bring it back to the board on 3-1 to finalize after staff writes it up. Does it?
Supervisor
got it.
Oops, sorry, Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm sorry, you guys. I was moved on to year 2023 and 4. Can I just, I'm sorry to complicate this a little bit, but can I just ask, what would be the findings that we would be requiring of this through the ordinance?
So the findings are relative to protecting public health, safety, and welfare, and the benefit of having water storage. Okay. And so those are really the findings that we would focus on in the affirmative. I just want to go through and make sure that we didn't include findings for approval of approving the appeal and omitting the tanks completely. So I want to make sure that the resolution completely reflects the board's discussion here, and that it's based upon the action that you are intending to take.
think you lost me at the last part. The water storage, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn?
And for the vote, I want to thank Mr. Lindberg for his presentation today. I understand there's variances and ways to read them and things like that, but I do welcome him and I welcome him back again.
All right, yes, and thank you for taking the time, Mr. Lindberg, to be with us today, since we have tried to get through this a few times, and now hopefully we're in that space. So I don't see any other hands up, so I think we could have a roll call vote, Nikki.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
That's fine. Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're going to close that public hearing. And I completely guessed wrong on time frame today. Seems to happen. Can we take like a half-hour lunch? I think we need a break of some sort. Okay.
What
are we?
Yeah, what are we coming back to?
What are we coming back for?
Oh, well,
we have two more items.
Oh,
we have general public comment still. We have a couple other items in there, unless you think there's something we can zip.
Oh, I guess we jumped around because of the time certains.
That happens with time certain, when especially when time certain flows past it. So. Okay, so how about 1:30? Come back.
Thank you.
Can I get back in?
Let me fix that. Hold on.
Can I get back at the big kids table? I can stay back. I can stay here. I'm fine.
We want to see you though.
I must have left the meeting completely.
Hey, looked better before.
All right, so thank you, everybody. We'll go to departmental items now. The first item comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding a nuisance abatement cost recovery for Green Valley Motel in Oric. Director Ford, nice to see you again.
Thank you, Chair Bass. Good afternoon. John Ford with Planning and Building. This is a request for the Board of Supervisors to allow us to basically negotiate to receive less than the total cost of abatement on a piece of property that is currently in a process of being abated. This is relative to the Green Valley Motel in Oric. Our total abatement cost will be approximately $401,000. The demolition of the building and the cleanup of the burned out gas station has not yet occurred. That is in process. It's been a complicated abatement. It's required that we relocate tenants out of the building. We've had to board the building up. We've had to test for asbestos and lead. We've had to fumigate the building to address an insect infestation. We've had to have vehicles removed, and then there's the pending demolition. The normal process in a situation like this, where the property owner has not been cooperative or unable to participate in the abatement, is that we will impose a lien on the property. And after 3 years, the property would go up for sale with a lien abatement. In a situation like this, it may be that the property is able to be sold for the total abatement cost. It may be that the property can't be sold for that cost. It may be that the property is not sold, in which case the county would then take possession of the property. In this particular case, there is a buyer who wants to purchase the property for $350,000. Part of the complicating factor here is that there are existing liens on the property that total approximately $74,000. There will be closing costs associated with the purchase of the property. which would leave about $150,000 shortfall after sale of the property, payment of liens, payment of the closing costs, and then payment of whatever is left over towards the abatement cost recovery. There is the buyer on the property is interested in redeveloping the property. In the likelihood that the property is redeveloped with a motel and possibly some sort of food service, there would be increased property taxes on the property. There would be probably TOT taxes, temporary occupancy tax, and there would also be additional sales tax generated by the property. So the overall cost relative to the property would be recouped over time as the property is redeveloped and tax revenues increased. So staff is asking for permission to negotiate with the new buyer and the seller to receive what we can from the property, about $250,000. And then the remaining cost would be borne by the county through our normal code enforcement cost fund. The alternative to this would be to not authorize this, and then the property will go through the normal lien process. And as I mentioned before, it's unknown whether or not any cost would be recouped or how much would be recouped, or whether the county would end up owning the property. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have on this.
Supervisor Bohn. Thank you, Director Ford. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, John. Yeah, and since we've got this going, has it come up? And I've done a little bit of follow-up. I couldn't get it set in stone. But have we given, or while you're negotiating, could you offer to have the new buyer demo it? Because we haven't demoed it yet, right? We've done the first 6 items. We have not demoed it yet. Is there any opportunity we could have, give the buyer the opportunity to demo it? Because the 2 relative costs I've got are a little bit different and would save the buyer some money, but the best thing about it is it would take our investment down quite a bit. From 286 to I well over, anyway, I'd estimate anywhere between $100,000 and $120,000 less than our estimate. So, and I hate to take work from anybody or anything. It may be the same person at the end of the day, but I mean, there's so many restrictions if they're working for us, not environmental, but just legal and everything else, that another person who could demo this, because they do it all the time, would be able to. I know, and I didn't talk to one of the other parties, but they had it when they were attempting to buy this. They had it figured out for quite a bit less on the demo. So is that an option we could give the buyer so we all come out a little bit better?
We could absolutely discuss that with the buyer if that's the direction to pursue. And we can do that.
And to protect, so we don't sell it to them and then they sit on it and Oric has to put up that blight they've put up with for the last 10 years, 12 years. Could we put a 90-day time frame on it or something, or at least 60 days to come under contract to have it torn down with no more than 90 days for the work to start?
I can present that. I have talked to the new buyer. I didn't ask them that specific question, but they were very interested in having the site cleaned up and just be able to start from scratch. Whether they would be willing to clean it up themselves or not, given the fact that there is both asbestos and lead in the building.
Fully, but there's going to be asbestos and lead for anybody that cleans it up. It's not, doesn't, so. I
understand that.
And I know you do. And what I'm saying, my option, the buyer's paying $350,000. I fully agree with that number completely. What this does, it shows a situation where they're working with us, where they take over the demolition, may be able to do it quite a bit cheaper, and we don't take it on the chin for the whole $150,000. So we actually, our recoverables look a little bit better than this.
So under this scenario, we would recover the cost that we've already put in, which is about
$114,000 near as I can figure.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yep.
So, and then if you take out the demolition and knowing that there's going to be costs in the demolition, I'm just saying they actually may save. If I look at this total abatement cost at 400, if they could save $100,000, they would save $50,000 on this, and we would save a little bit more. Am I doing that right?
Well, I think with the math that you're talking about, basically for the hope would be is to get this done for as close to 350,000 total costs as possible. Whether that can be done or not, I don't know. I imagine one of the things the seller wants to do is be able to pay off the existing liens. You'll notice on page 205 of the staff report that approximately 22,000 of that is in tax liens to the county.
And one of the existing liens is a federal lien against another piece of property that comes back to this that may not actually be on there. It is out there floating around, so we have to put it in the situation, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm just saying I guess we could approve this, but with the caveat that you at least try this to see if they would, and then maybe have somebody else look at the demo just to make sure we're on solid footing about how much we're spending, because it may not be that much, and meet all we're going to have to meet all the lead, all the environmental recommendations, and take to an accepted dump site for the asbestos, an accepted dump site for the lead, depending the levels of lead, and then the rest of the demo. So I agree with all that. I think if we throw it out there, then the buyer and the county might be able to save a little money. If not, I would just like to say at least we looked at it. Does that make sense?
It makes total sense.
Wow. It didn't to me, so I'm glad it did to you, but I just thought we could both, it just wouldn't affect our taxpayers or our bottom line as much.
Yep.
Okay, Supervisor, I keep calling you, I can't say your name right today, I'm sorry. Supervisor Bushnell and then Madrone.
It's okay, you can't say my name. I'd like to let Supervisor Madrone go first. It's his district.
It's his district.
And I'll go after.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. So yeah, I think that Supervisor Bohn has brought up a good recommendation, and I support that. It's always good to try and negotiate and see what the best way to move forward is. And if they want to take on the demo themselves, I think that's great. I've talked to them quite a bit about this, and my understanding is they do not want to take on that. They want a clean site to take over. And even if we're lopsided by 100,000 or even 150,000, I see this as sort of similar to other things that counties, cities do to attract new business. For instance, the In-N-Out Burger in Eureka, that was going to require a brand new light on Broadway because of the traffic and the potential for collisions, people coming in and out. And so the city council struggled with that. Do we go ahead and approve this project and make them, as a condition of In-N-Out, put in the light? Or does the city pay for putting in the light? And they ultimately decided that the city would bear the cost, which I believe was about $450,000. And they did that because they recognized that by doing that, they would absolutely get In-N-Out, and they would have increased revenues, sales taxes, property tax, that literally would pay back that investment of the light within about 4 years. So it's that kind of thing. I mean, Oric is really on the verge of a renaissance of rebuilding and investment. There's a lot of things going on in the community, and it's really exciting for the community to see that this property might end up in the hands of somebody that will rebuild it and really make it an incredible asset to Oric and the community. It's literally in the center of downtown. It's a large property, actually 3 parcels. And so any way we can try and help facilitate this. If they want a demo, great. If they don't, I fully support us moving forward with accepting a small loss because we'll get it back in the very near future. Anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. And I will go back to Supervisor Bushnell, then to Supervisor Bohn. We can't hear you.
I realize, thank you. All right. We do know, this is for Director Ford through the chair. We do know for sure that they are in escrow.
They have an offer that I believe has been accepted. I don't know that they've gone into escrow yet. They want to confirm that there will be no unexpected liability that pops up through this as a result of the code enforcement action. So they did.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, they did contact us because they recognize that normally what we would do is put a lien on the property, and the lien could affect a new property owner. And so they could find themselves in a place where they offered and paid a certain amount for the property and then end up with a lien on the property for unpaid expenses. And they absolutely want to avoid that.
Okay, I'm just curious though, escrows fall in and out all the time. And with that being said, if the escrow doesn't follow through, what is how would we be able to go ahead and demo that? Because that's our intent.
No. So there's 2 scenarios that are on the table now. One scenario, which is what we brought forward, is that we're going to move ahead with demolition regardless.
Okay.
And then if we were allowed to accept less than total reimbursement through the sales agreement, then we would be paid through escrow. We would enter into an agreement with them that at the end of escrow, when all the checks are divvied out, 1 check comes to the county. That's the only way this works. Otherwise, we have to lien the property.
Okay, so I understand that, and we're gauging this around this one buyer. So what if it is another buyer that doesn't intend to put anything back into the community and this doesn't follow through? And then are we obligated for another buyer to do the same?
Well, I would,
because I wouldn't be interested in doing that unless the commitment is going to come back to the community in, say, a restaurant and another hotel, like you said. And if it falls out of escrow and a different buyer comes in and just wants the vacant land and doesn't do anything with it, then we're out the money.
it would be extremely helpful for the board to articulate that in a motion so that the board's action reflects what the intent and objective is.
Okay, thank you for that.
Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at I know what the economic benefits are going to be. I think the buyer is solid. I do believe they have a backup buyer that was the previous buyer that may come back in if we can get this all straightened out. But there is interest in Supervisor Madrone's right, with the new visitor center, camping, the amount of investment that the others and the Hufford family especially is making up there. Everybody, the boy, the Greg and the girls. I mean, everybody's making their step, trying to do something for Oric, and it's pretty exciting. And I think the buyer on this piece of property just wants it clean. The financing is there, the money's there. I think it's a go because it bookends with the visitor center that's coming. So I mean, we could put it in there, or if it comes back, it comes back. So I have pretty good faith if we can work something out with them, give them the option of tearing it down. If they would just want to be hands-free, that's fine. But I can understand hands-free because they're not coming any money out of pocket. We're coming out of pocket. But if we give them that option, maybe they will realize they can save a little money too. So that's all I was shooting for. You can figure out I'll let Supervisor Madrone make the motion because he granted his approval earlier since it's in his backyard.
Well, Supervisor Madrone's hand is up. So.
Yeah, so I might need a little help from John with this. But I think what we're looking at is option 2, John, and you were suggesting that we provide some additional clarity. Would you mind reading off what you would suggest in order to be clear about this motion as you suggested?
So I think the first 2 items are direct the Planning and Building Department to pursue recovery of nuisance abatement costs by entering into an escrow purchase agreement. Authorize the Director of Planning and Building to execute escrow purchase agreement to recover the nuisance abatement costs. And this is where we would say up to, or including allowing up to $150,000
forgiveness.
Including allowing up to a loss of $150,000, or not a loss, but up to $150,000 in costs not recovered, with the provision that the planning director discusses with the prospective buyer the ability for the buyer to actually do the demolition. And then I would modify number 3 where it says provide additional direction as necessary, that direct the Planning and Building Department that in the future, if this purchase is not consummated, that this be allowed for future buyers, subject to there being a public benefit in terms of increased property tax, transient occupancy tax, and/or sales tax.
You want to say County Council Billingsley popped up on the screen. You know what that means? Just we'll check with him first.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that the last part of section 2 was included, which Director Ford was going over, and find that the agreement serves a public purpose as described. Those findings will be important.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Well, thank you, Director Ford. Excuse me, through the chair. So thank you, Director Ford. And I'm assuming, Nikki, we're going to have Director Ford write that all down. We all heard it. I think we understand what we're doing, but ultimately it was so long that John, I'm assuming you'll write it down based on the archive. You can go back and listen and just simply write it down, or I guess Nikki could do it, but I'll be best if John does it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll provide it.
Okay, that'd be great. So with that, that would be my motion.
Looking at Nikki's face. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Nikki, would you like to have try to have a little more clarification on your end before, I mean, understanding Director Ford will, how quickly can you write it down, Director Ford?
Do you want me to do it now before you go, or can I do it after the meeting?
Well, what is the, I mean, I would look at the county council just for that. I mean, I always feel like we kind of should have it out there, what we are actually voting on. But,
well, I can say I understand the motion as the supervisor. I mean,
okay.
As my own self, I understand the motion.
County Council Billingsley, do you think it's all right if it just gives clarification later after this to make sure all the pieces are in?
Chair, I think as long as the supervisors understand the motion, it's fine to provide it later so it can be in the minutes.
Okay, so then we're not going to put Nikki on the spot.
Right, thank you.
So we do have a motion, a second. Supervisor Bohn's hand is up.
Yeah, I just learned this thing, but I didn't learn how to lower it. Sorry.
Just when we get back in the chambers, you'll have to find another way to get my
soon. My gosh, soon.
Really soon. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Chair. You know, this is, as John said in the beginning of his statement, this has been a difficult process. And I just want to commend county staff, John Ford in particular, and his code enforcement folks, but also DHHS. Connie Beck and her staff spent hours and hours of time working with the residents of this dilapidated, unsafe hotel and helped them with moving costs, worked with them with other resources and services. And it was just a phenomenal effort that was done. And this didn't happen overnight. This has been something that's been being worked on for a couple of years. The community really wanted this to be dealt with. The county moved forward with a lot of empathy for the people that were living there and worked really hard to try and make sure they weren't just displaced into homelessness again. So I want to commend them all on that. And after it was vacated and removed, we knew we had a massive amount of rats, cockroaches, bed bugs, oh gosh, you name it. And there's a school next door. So there was a lot of concern that if we didn't deal with this rapidly, these critters were going to move to where there's food and bodies. And that's a school. I mean, yeah, it's disgusting, right? Really gnarly. So John Ford and his staff moved very quickly to do fumigation to try and kill off everything we could in the buildings that was nasty before starting the demo, so that we could try and manage the pests, really. So I want to thank you, Director Ford, and your staff for an incredible effort working directly with the community. And the Hufford family, as was mentioned, has been an incredible asset in all this as well. And they have bought the Palm Cafe across the street, and they're working to restore that. So this is really exciting times for Oric as a gateway to a national park. So thank you, Director Ford.
All right, well, we do have a couple folks in the queue for public comment. So we'll first go to 5288, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have your 3 minutes, Kent.
Just so the public knows who don't have access to this, the tenant relocation and the emergency board up and removal of solid waste came to something around $43,000. Getting rid of the bed bugs and everything came to $44,580. So it took more to get rid of the critters than it did to relocate the people. I've strongly, when relocating these tenants, I know the county ran into this problem in another project downtown Eureka, which seemed to be a roadblock where you had to do, but I'm so glad they were taken care of. I strongly support it, even if you don't have anybody erect anything on it. To get it down has to happen, and it's, even if we take a net amount unrecoverable of $150,489.18, that's no problem. It would have been nice, and I guess you get to negotiate this, if the existing liens, and there's other liens that the federal government, whoever has those liens, may be willing to release, the county might benefit to the tune of $52,645.79 regarding negotiating. That would have been nice to have that done in advance so we knew where we stood. But even there being said, I would definitely move forward with this. And I don't know what kind of group you have that you're coming in there. Hopefully there will be a tax base. There are some people, some different groups, like I know Humboldt State does something, and some other groups that are not subject to some of the taxes we have. And so I don't know the clarity on that particular one, but with a backup buyer, sounds like hopefully things will go through. But like I think Michelle said, you never know till the deal's done. So I definitely would move forward on this as quickly as possible and get it a shovel ready, probably like sounds like the buyers want to have, so that could be moved forward and the development can go on in order. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic.
Great, thank you. And we'll go to 0326. I think it's Mr. Wilson. Just press *6 to unmute to speak on this item.
Hi, this is Charles. This is Charles Wilson. I've followed this Oric boom for 40, 50 years. First, we had Bonnie Neely's boondoggle, where the tax base was going to increase at 9.2% for 40 years. Then she went to a conservative 7.2% for 40 years. Then that fell through. Okay, then we had the RV park and the sewage treatment plant. Oh, the sewage treatment plant's going to make this a world-class visiting site. They're even going to put it down in the 3/4 mile inside the Redwood National Park, and nobody seemed to complain, not even the Tim McKay and all that kind of stuff there. The thing is, it isn't going to increase the tax base like they always pretend. It's been a nonsense boondoggle for years. They spent they wasted $1 million on the sewage treatment plant and RV park. And the thing is, there's no use wasting more money, more taxpayer money on something that's going to fall through again. And it's just, maybe in the 1950s, they had 3,500 people in Oric. Now they have about 200 250 or something like that. The signs don't even, they say 650, but I think that's all been superseded by, you know, everybody left and everything like that. It may be the homeless place for everybody because it's so cheap and everything there, but it isn't what you say it is, and you're just going to waste money, more money and more money down this thing, and the hundreds. Anyway, it just seems like a waste of money, and it's not going to go anywhere. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to the board. And we do have a motion that's been seconded. Is there further discussion? Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Bohn, you look like you have a question on your face.
No, I'm trying to figure out what was talked about on the last item, but I appreciate everything that's happening. I do understand the frustration of everybody that when they made that a national park, they talked about the economic boom that would happen to Oric. They didn't happen to mention to us it would be 45 years later. But anyway, I understand his comment on that.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Any other board member comments or questions before we go to the vote? Okay, I don't see any. Nikki, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, okay. Supervisor Madrone?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Okay, and Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes, and also thank you to staff, planning department and the HHS.
Okay, and Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you, Director Ford. Oh, and right on time, we've got Public Works Director Tom Matson for the next item, which is a resolution proclaiming the existence of a facilities emergency at the Humboldt County Probation Building. So I'd like to turn this over to Director Matson.
Good afternoon, Chair Bass, members of the board. As you stated, we're requesting that the board declare an emergency specific to the probation building resulting from the fire on October 21st. Due to that fire, additional hazardous materials were damaged and exposed, as well as now we have water damage and mold. We are recommending this action so that we can get an abatement contractor in there immediately before we can finish up the regular normal construction project that we were doing before the fire.
All right, are there any questions?
Yeah.
Rex?
Yeah, Tom, oh gosh darn it. It just dropped out of here again now, sorry. There's a part in there talking about our insurance and our this and our that, and this fire happened in October, right?
Yep.
You know, so immediately it's gone out the window. But what I'm trying to understand here, who is the contractor on this?
Hal Hayes is the general contractor.
Okay, is Hal Hayes working for us, or is he still working under the decree that for our bonding agent?
Yeah, he's working under the surety.
Okay, this might be, is he uninsured because it was negligence on his part that the fire started, right?
That legal and litigation issue should probably be a closed session item.
But yet it hasn't been. Okay, I'm just saying, I mean, this guy's I can't wait till we build something. I hope he does the jail. Because it'll never get built. Okay, I'm just trying to say we have a contractor that started a fire and now we're having to take, what's the estimate? I'm sorry, I can't get this up. In fact, there's no estimate because it's so wide open.
No, we need to get the specialist in there. Right now, it's just hazardous for anybody to go in there. He needs to get in there, do an estimate, and then we need to move forward and clean the project up with somebody working directly for the county.
Okay. So I guess I'd look to our legal counsel. Are we going to have this brought to us in closed session of why we're paying for a contractor error?
Through the chair, I'm happy to schedule it for a closed session. It is a little bit complex with the insurance.
Sounds so simple. He started a fire and it caused damages. That doesn't, anyway, okay.
I do.
All right, well, I need to have that in there, that we are going to exhaust all efforts to recover our funds that we spend. Because I mean, we can say our insurance pays it, but then our insurance goes up. So even in the pool, so.
I'd like to see the Chief Probation Officer, Sean Bremen. Did you want to add anything?
No, Public Works is guiding this process. I just want to share with you the necessity for having our building back at some point. And so, you know, I'm thankful this item came here, and so we can start moving forward on restoring the building. But, you know, I'll defer to Director Madsen. He's the one operating this project.
And basically, from our perspective, we need to move forward and settle our differences after we get done.
Right. Any other supervisors have a question? I mean, I agree with Supervisor Bohn. It seems rather distasteful, but I don't know what else to do except move forward. Well, we do have one hand up in the public, so since there's none on the board, I'll go out to the public. That will be the last four digits of 5288. Like in 3 minutes. Welcome, Kent.
Virginia, yes, this is a hot mess, and I wanted to caution the board in the future when somebody feels something should be in closed session. Sometimes I've heard some comments made that not necessarily this time, but in the past, that have jeopardized the county's position during litigation. Anytime should be had in closed session, I would refrain from making comments. That's just my opinion on things. I did check into this one a little bit, and of course, we all know it's a hot mess. I have a question, and again, it said financial impact, and it says through preliminary insurance procedures which have been provided by the County of Humboldt's insurer carrier. And I do, it will have no impact on Humboldt County General Fund, but I do want people to know, and I appreciate Supervisor Bohn bringing it forward, that there is a very large chance when we have these things that our rates will go up. And a lot of people don't understand, you know, when the county kind of has a little bit of a flippant attitude about being sued and just let it happen, that our insurance rates do go up. And eventually we could be dropped by the fund. And that's happened to another city, which I won't mention its name, in Humboldt County, been dropped from their fund in a city. You know, it has all kinds of terrible things in it, asbestos, lead, and water damage from the pipe, and all those things, mold in the building. I did want to check on this as far as if it was qualified to be done on this kind of process. And so I always call an expert in things, probably some of you did also. So I called Richard Marks, and he took a look at it. He didn't seem to see any problem with your crossing your T's and doing your I's in the right manner. Sometimes in the past, we've had a recommendation by Richard not to do something, and the county hasn't followed that. So I always reach out to somebody I consider an expert, you know, in a field, strongly support getting this done. And then, of course, as you've been told, this pretty well gets done, and then you deal with the other insurance carrier from the possibly negligent person, and at least no life sounds like it was lost. So there's not any, I don't know if it's criminal negligence or what it was, but nobody got hurt. That's the main thing. We need to get that fixed as soon as possible. Strongly support you moving forward with this, as you appear to be doing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. There are no other hands back, so we go back to the board. And we have one item in front of us for a decision. Yes, Director Madsen.
Just want to note, my architect just got a hold of me. Our preliminary estimates, to answer Supervisor Bohn's questions, are probably between 200 and 230,000. But again, we won't know until the expert gets in there.
Now, again, I'll ask this: is this just for the abatement? Is 250, 230,000? Is this the repairs? Are we covering the relocation of staff? I mean, all these I think need to be in place for when we do actually go after the individual that caused this situation in the first place?
So this abatement will gut the entire building to the studs, including dealing with the overriding odor of smoke from the insulation. So we're basically going to be bringing in a specialist to gut the building so that when we get back in there with the regular contractor, we're starting with a fresh shell.
And go to that. That's just for gutting the building then, or taking out impacted resources.
Yep.
Okay, with that being said, what's the age of the building?
That I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it back in the late 2060s like a lot of the other facility? I remember going back there in the 70s, I believe, so.
Like any county facility, it's probably in somewhere between the 40s and the 60s.
Okay, so I just asked this, and I'm not looking to spend money that we don't have, but are we going to strip a building and then the cost of redoing it, wiring it, putting in the roofs and everything else, it will be probably close to $1.5–2 million, I imagine. I imagine we're going to need new office furniture, but I'm just saying, are we looking at doing something different with the building? Is it structurally sound to last another 25–30 years? I'm just throwing this out there because we just tore down one of its companion buildings because it had it had aged out its usefulness.
We believe the shell of this structure is strong. And yes, we will be rebuilding it as we plan to originally. We just now have to deal with the fire damage in the interim to get it to a place where we can finish our existing project.
Supervisor Wilson.
Actually, share a bit of the concern that Supervisor Bohn is expressing, I think a little bit indirectly, which is you're going to be investing in this, like where does it really fit in the bigger picture in terms of an asset for the county? Does it really make us rethink that moving forward, is this the best place for these facilities necessarily, and all those other things, which I imagine is going through the heads of these departments. So I'm hoping that that's the case. Yet nonetheless, I think I'm willing to move forward with staff recommendation at this time and put a motion out there to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion for staff recommendation.
Second.
A second. Any other further conversation, Supervisor Bohn?
Does it need to be in there that we exhaust all efforts to recover all funds, all county funds, and costs to recover from? Because we have two complaints. We're working for the surety company and the contractor, so we have two pots to pull from. And I know it's quicker and easier if we just pay for it ourselves or do it, but let's go ahead and do it under the pretense we're going to recover, or else this is going to be. This is patterns and practices I don't think we want to look at.
Well, it is our intent to pursue full cost recovery, but if you want to add that to the language to make it stronger, I'm fine with that.
That would be great. I'm just saying, as we move down the line, who knows what happens to any of us, and we may not be here to remember. So I'd love to memorialize it in a way that's beneficial to the county.
So is the motion maker fine with adding that to the motion? Necessary?
Yeah, if the staff thinks that that's what we should be doing, I'm happy to amend the motion to reflect that.
And the seconder's okay with that?
Agreed.
All right. I don't see any other hands up, so I think we can go for a roll call vote, please, Nikki.
Okay, Supervisor Madrone?
I'm sorry, did we do public comment?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
I heard Kent.
That's right. Yeah, yes.
Okay, Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone? I'm sorry, Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn? I'm struggling.
Wait.
Goodness.
Sure.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to the last part of the meeting today. And just a reminder for folks who are listening, we will not be having an actual board meeting next week. We will be back on, I believe it's March 1st. Is that correct, Nikki? In our new format. So give us some grace when we start all that, because it's going to be a little bit clunky for a bit. So with that, you might see some other things change. But this time we are on to our public comment on non-agenda items. And I know we have a couple people still wishing to comment. So we'll start with 5288. Just press *6 to unmute and you'll have your 3 minutes.
Ken Sawatsky, hopefully by March 1st, we will have a change in the format regarding public comment on non-agendized items. As you're aware, I spoke on every single topic this time and had to say I do take my time and make some effort. I'm not just speaking off the cuff on these things. Hopefully next meeting, I will only comment on 2 or 3 things, because we will have a time specific set up for public comment. You know, when I have to go to extremes, I have a friend, and his name is Jeff Hunterlock with the union, the people there. And he said, Ken, I might want to make a comment. And I said, well, Jeff, I can't tell you when it's going to be. It may be at the end of the meeting. And we don't know when that's going to be. And Jeff said, well, I can't afford to sit around all day waiting to make comments. You know, he's got things to do like the rest of us do. And he suggested, well, he said, Kent, you know, what's it going to take to get that to happen so we can all participate in a timely manner and not spend all day? Are we going to have to go ahead and have the union come down and picket the county facility there to do that? And I said, no, I don't think so. I think actually I'm hoping that the chair will go ahead and make some changes and enable us as we see in a meeting like today. Maybe the people will follow and make comment. I don't think there's any savings in time, especially if I'm willing to cut my time down by at least half that I take. I think it'll be a lot beneficial to get us out of the way in the morning, and then maybe we'll go on our way and won't participate in other topics. So that's a request I'm making, is that we do make a change, and I'm quite confident that Supervisor Bass will do the right thing and facilitate public comment. This is Dan Toronto sitting on my shoulder from the general plan update, you know, the 1,500 people, public participation. And nothing would make me happier than to not spend a whole day here and waiting for the last hurrah here and get it over in the morning, and then let you guys do your business and get on and move along on an expedited thing. I think that's a Rex word instead of expedited, is expedited. Anyway, thank you for my chance to hopefully make the last public comment I'll make right at the end of the meeting. Look forward to, even if it's only 2 minutes, having a time specific, possibly like 9:30 in the morning, allow 30 minutes. And then maybe for other people who want to do it later in the meeting, you can allow them time to do it then. So please consider that, Virginia, and maybe we can all move on that basis. Thank you for my opportunity to speak today.
All right, thank you. We'll go to 7094. If that's you, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Adam Lustig, Lost Coast Populist, calling in from District 4. I wanted to comment on that dog and pony show from the public health last week about the COVID response, and everybody patting themselves on their back like they did something good, and completely discounting the callers and commenters and emailers from 2 years that were right about so many things that have now become part of the mainstream, like natural immunity being better than the vaccine for Delta, or the cloth mask not working, or, what else? The ivermectin, now you have several states that are putting forward legislation to allow doctors to prescribe ivermectin and to, support off-label prescriptions. And, the vaccine's not preventing transmission. Everybody was like, oh, they're 95% effective. Everyone go get vaccinated. And then it turns out they're not effective at all at preventing transmission. And I find it really curious hearing Supervisor Madrone, when we were coming back on, saying he's not going to participate because people are allowed to self-attest with the mask mandate. Well, dude, the vaccines don't prevent transmission and the masks don't either. So it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But, you know, you do you. But, you know, the big problem here is, you know, I tell my son this all the time, and I shouldn't be having to say this to adults, but when you make a mistake, it's very important that you acknowledge your mistake and you apologize. And that way everyone knows that you're not just, you're not going to keep making the same mistake again. And I don't see how in good conscience I could vote for anybody that won't admit their mistake. And the other problem is you're still not listening to us. And we're right about so many other things that are coming up that you're ignoring, that you're going to find out we were right, especially all the severe reactions to the vaccine. I mean, not even just all the people I know personally and in my family, but this new information's come out from the Department of Defense with the whistleblowers and the rise in all these severe reactions. This is very concerning data. And also the people whose immune systems are being destroyed after the third and fourth shot. I mean, they're calling it VADES. And there's all this information coming out from all over that these people might not ever recover. And I just think it's disturbing, to say the least. You know, I'd like to give some credit to Supervisor Bushnell. I mean, she really hasn't been on this train, and I remember her bringing up vitamin D, and it's like now WebMD is putting out information that vitamin D works for COVID. But, you know, Dr. Hoffman denied that it worked whatsoever, even though Dr. Fauci said he took 5,000 IU a day. I mean, this stuff it's comical, but also very sad because of the people's lives that it affects. And, you know, now we have, you know, students still wearing masks. I mean, in Georgia and Florida, they took the masks off in August of 2020. The sky didn't fall, okay? There's no reason whatsoever.
Thank you, Adam.
And watching.
Thank you, Adam. So just a reminder, we do have that 3-minute clock. And 0326, I think that's Mr. Wilson, and you've got 3 minutes. Just press star 6 to unmute. All right, Mr. Wilson, 0326. There you go, welcome.
Oh, okay. This is Charles Wilson. My wife also had separate comments. We have to use the same phone. It's been, what is it, 6.5 hours since this started, and it's very difficult to make a public comment when you have to sit here all day long waiting for the thing. I suggest that you have, say, at least half an hour at the very beginning so you can hear some of the comments, and then maybe the rest of the overflow at the tail end, but at least you get some of the comments. But essentially what I wanted to point out is that at the meeting, board meeting, let's see, was it, well, in the past you've referred to County Board of Supervisors Regulation 2210-8 regarding emergency declarations. And I requested the board comply with this board regulation. I see hints of some sort of comments on the emergency declaration, but I don't see any real approval of the extension of the emergency. We've all suffered mentally, physically, and fiscally over the past 2 years of fear, hate, threats. That's fear, hate, and threats. You don't know how it goes. And misguided government regulations, which Hoffman's typical. The Omicron mutation may finally bring us out of this media and government-sponsored fear and hate. The CDC is admitting that Omicron is entirely displacing the Delta mutation. Omicron is highly communicable and everybody will catch it despite government's futile efforts to stop it, but it is overall very mild. We no longer have a pandemic. We have an endemic thing, which is not sort of like a cold. It has already been a month since the one feeble board effort to talk about the declaration. I request that the board consult with your legal counsel, that is your high-paid lawyers, or your legal obligation to review the emergency declaration every 2 weeks. I request that the board include on next week's agenda an item signifying this compliance with your own regulations. I hope that every 2 weeks the board will consider dropping entirely this 2-week so-called emergency. Thank you. I'm passing you over to my wife here.
All right, welcome.
Okay, yeah, thank you. This is Genevieve. I always say the golden rule: treat people as you want to be treated. Like we say, we all waited there. Last week I waited for 6 hours. My point is, government, we people selected government, and you should be the servant of the people. And here we are like a slave waiting for a chance to speak, because everybody has 2 or 3 minutes. 20 people waited. That means you wasted somebody 6 hours for 20 people. That is not right. My point is, you are paying official. You got paid, and other people have business. So we've been waiting. I mean, if you want to discourage public comment, that would be a wonderful way. Nobody had the patience to wait because we have business to do. Okay, and then the next thing, Adam just say all that things. And right now, those are information is come true, natural immunity. But right now, I just remember yesterday, then we all need to be aware of the Homeland Security have a bulletin. Say anybody do anything against not compliance with the government, like you don't wear masks or you don't follow the rule, get whatever they say, you are a domestic terrorist. And we are giving misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. But Huffman, Ian Huffman is a perfect rule, perfect case. She says, every time safe and effective, we have about at least 60,000 people injured by the vaccine. And now everything come out. It's so sad. Why don't you people encourage people to take the vitamin D, 5,000 units, or use ivermectin? So many people have dear relatives, or maybe currently has a young adult, they are suffering pericarditis. And then this should be avoided. It should be a choice. It should be educated. I go around giving flyers, telling people how to prevent, how to keep yourself safety. Take your vitamin D, zinc, Coverton, plenty of sleep. But I get stopped. I got somebody in a local store told me they're going to call the police on me because I'm giving information to help people to pursue our life, liberty, and pursue our happiness. But that's it. And now the government wanted to say we are homeland, domestic terrorists. This is upside down. It's about time everybody should have a choice to make that. If you like to wear your mask, you want to take your vaccine, go ahead. But then you destroy your immunity. How many people? I had 3 families told them they treated three shot, booster shot included. They all get sick with COVID. And then the unvaccinated people, the member are taking care of the whole family, and she sneaked the ivermectin for them. They got better. Hey, we all have loved ones. If people keep trying all these mandates, eventually you're hurting your own relative, your own family. Then what do you say that? Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, and something popped up here. Looks like we'll go to 1041. I also, Nikki, I saw 1954 up, but now their hand disappeared. So if you're 1954, press *9 to raise your hand again because it's missing.
That was
what?
That was a good year. 1954.
That's what some people say. So 1041, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. My name is Donnie. Yeah, my name is Donnie Creekmore from Humboldt Freedom Coalition, HumboldtFC.com. I invite everybody listening to attend our protest gathering in solidarity with the Canadian Convoy, Freedom Convoy up in Ottawa. Ours is going to be at the county courthouse this Sunday. Past that, I had a couple questions I want to ask the board, and here we go. Currently, an overwhelming majority of states do not have mask mandates for schools, and some even outright ban them. What compels the Board of Supervisors to follow the lead of our state, California, which is clearly out of touch with mainstream America? 2, what compels our Board of Supervisors to act lockstep with the state of California and not independently as leadership of their county? 3, the preponderance of evidence shows masking does not work and it's not effective at preventing the spread of COVID-19. or other viruses equal in particle size like influenza? What justification does the Board of Supervisors rely on when supporting policy which forces children and young people to wear masks all day in school while allowing adults to unmask indoors? How does the Board of Supervisors plan to monitor teachers and school faculty to make sure that they never remove their mask indoors while off school grounds? If this is not something the Board of Supervisors plan to enforce, why do these adults need to mask while working at a school, but can remove their masks at any other indoor location besides a hospital? For that matter, why does any adult need to wear a mask when entering a school at all? 5, how precisely does COVID-19 not pose a significant threat to adults indoors in populations of statistically higher vulnerability, but somehow COVID-19 does pose a risk significant enough to warrant policy forcing students to wear masks all day long in schools who statistically are lower risk populations? Is there data in existence showing children and young people to be ultra significant vectors of community transmission and populations that are dropping like flies from COVID-19 justifying these extreme precautions? Even though all mask qualities have been shown to be ineffective at best against COVID-19 community spread, obviously N95 masks offer the highest quality filtration available. What justification does the Board of Supervisors utilize when supporting policy which allows for literally any face covering just so long as it properly fits covering nose? Regardless of filter efficacy, wouldn't a policy forcing the use of masks with the highest filtration quality make more sense and apply directly to the elderly, which is the highest risk population? Assuming the Board of Supervisors are proud of their decision they made last week, how exactly do you envision schools enforcing the mask mandates? What precisely are the consequences if students decide to unmask in protest, or unmasked parents of a student won't leave campus when asked? If the parent has a drink in their hand and a meal prepared for their child, does that completely disqualify the situation?
All right, thanks, Donnie. You did get that. I appreciate that. And 1954's hand is back up. Press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Wallman. I live in Bryceland in southern Humboldt. I missed the opportunity to comment on Agenda 12 about funding, but what I wanted to speak to is that I would like to ask the board to end mask mandates for children at school. My information is referenced from the World Council for Health.org. Key risks of masks for children are breathing problems, hypoxia, inadequate oxygen, and hypercapnia, elevated carbon dioxide levels in the blood. These are associated with conditions including headaches, drowsiness, poor concentration, nausea, and increased heart rate. Bacterial, viral, and fungal infections such as bacterial pneumonia. Studies have found that germs accumulate on the outside and inside of the masks in a warm and moist environment. Inhaling these germs can cause fungal, bacterial, and viral infections. Cognitive difficulties. Wearing of masks is associated with problems such as fatigue, exhaustion, lack of concentration, impaired communication, and impaired field of vision, especially affecting the ground and obstacles on the ground, as well as headaches, disorientation, brain fog, and confusion. Psychological effects. Research refers to psychological deterioration as a result of wearing masks, including anxiety, distraction, stress, panic, and depressive feelings. Feelings of deprivation of freedom and loss of autonomy, increased psychosomatic illnesses, and suppressed anger have also been reported. Dermatological effects. Unlike garments worn over closed skin, masks cover body areas involved in respiration. This leads to temperature and humidity rises, which changes the natural skin conditions considerably, leading to rashes, acne, itchiness, and other skin conditions, irritation. Dental effects. Dentists have described a condition known as masked mouth, associated with problems such as gum and mouth inflammation, bad breath, and fungal infections. Reduced saliva flow and increased plaque and tooth decay are also linked to excessive and inappropriate mask wearing. Individual needs of children. Masks have been universally mandated across schools without individual risk assessments being conducted, in contravention of good occupational safety and health practice. Hygiene issues. Masks, when used by the general public, are considered by scientists to pose a risk of infection because the standardized hygiene rules of hospitals cannot be followed outside of that setting. This effect will no doubt be particularly pronounced in a large class of young children managed by a single teacher. Long-term ill health. Some mask-induced adverse effects appear relatively minor at first glance, but repeated exposure over longer periods is relevant. Researchers have warned that long-term diseases such as heart disease and neurological diseases as a consequence of mask wearing are to be expected. Please stop mandating masks in the schools and for children in any location whatsoever, indoors, outdoors, everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going back to the board. That was the last of our public comment. Supervisor Bohn, I see you have a hand up.
Yeah, I hate to respond to anything, but February 28th, the state schools and the schools are going to address the masking in schools. And what's great about all the schools around here, I don't think we've ever done a vaccine passport or voted for kids to wear masks in schools. I'm not saying I don't support, but I think we need to be a little more clarity. All the schools, separate school districts around here have a separate school board. We don't finance them, we don't fund them, we don't manage schools. So I just the narrative I think needs to change a little bit. I mean, I guess it's fine. I know anyway, and then I love one commenter talked about we can take it to our high-paid lawyers. I wish you would have been here last week because they were arguing strictly that they weren't very high-paid lawyers. So just for your argument. And then the other day I had a good friend. I've got good friends too. I had a good friend ask me the other day and he goes, "Hey, remember the windmill thing a couple years ago?" I said, yeah. I says, "Hey, that one guy that said he would never talk again at the board meetings if it failed, did that ever come to fruition?" And I said, "I'm not sure." So keep everything in mind when promises are made in public comment.
So we give you your 3-minute public comment, I think, just now. All right. Anything else? There's nothing else on our agenda. So we will be back on March 1st, correct, Nikki? All right.
Correct.
Well, we're here anyway, but we're just
in the chambers, right?
Some of us.
I mean,
yes,
in person
meeting. It's going to be the new format, like I said. Provide
hybrid. It's going to be a hybrid format.
Yes.
Myself.
It will be my first meeting at the dais.
Oh.
A year and 2 months.
All right. Well, on that happy note, we're adjourned.